roll call.
Stand up.
If you're here, stand up.
Brian Crawford,
Here.
Leonard Knapp,
Here.
Robert Meir,
Here.
Harold Perry,
Here.
Eula Simeon,
Here.
Jared Ricky,
Here.
Lenore Feeney,
Here.
and Jason Haynes.
Here. And have a moment of silence. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Director, did we get any requests to address the committee on the commission on items on the agenda?
We actually did not.
Okay. We'll move to the first business item, which is consideration of the October 8th, 2020 minutes.
So moved, Mr. Chairman. Second?
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Item number 2 under the business items is a consideration of the request from the Office of State Police in accordance with SPC Rule 12.5 to place Trooper Michael Satcher on suspension without pay pending criminal proceedings until the resolution of these criminal charges or there is no longer a need for the suspension. And we have a representative of the agency here to speak. Do we have anyone present on behalf of Trooper Satcher? Did we receive any objections from Trooper Satcher?
I have not received any.
Would someone from the agency like to speak briefly on the issue?
Good morning, commission members. My name is Michelle Gerard. I'm an attorney for the Department of Public Safety. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you guys may have about the request in particular. The request was submitted in writing with the reasons that the suspension without pay pending criminal proceedings was requested. All leave that we could use that was available for administrative leave or forced leave has been used, and this is the only other option available to the department to not have Trooper Satcher at work pending the criminal proceedings.
And he was allowed to use his accumulated leave up to the point where it got down to 240 hours?
Yes, he was placed on forced annual leave till it got to 240. The only leave left after that was time and a half payable pay time, which I believe he's on now, and when that's exhausted, this is the only other option.
So that this would not take effect until his time and a half paid leave is exhausted?
It could take effect upon your approval, or if you would like the agency to exhaust that time and a half pay time first and then place him on the suspension without pay pending criminal proceedings.
Did he get the Trooper Satcher, I know the answer, but I just want to be correct. Did Trooper Satcher get a copy of the request that's been submitted to the commission?
Yes, our agency sent a copy, and I think probably the commission executive director provided him notice.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yes, Mr. Satcher was provided a copy via U.S. mail.
And so far as you understand, that mail was delivered, it did not come back to you?
Correct.
When was that, do you know?
Under the department sent a request and copied to Mr. Satcher on October 19th, and copy from our, I don't have a copy in my binder when we sent ours, but.
And the agency's copy did not come back in the mail to you?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else have any other questions?
I just have one question. Is the department waiting for the criminal proceedings to be completed before administrative investigation?
No, we began an administrative investigation this week.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
We did begin an administrative investigation this week.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
And the only other information that I have is we were advised that there's another court date set in February of 2021. I'm not sure if that's just additional motions or if it's an actual trial date. I don't have that information.
May we have a motion?
I would move that the request of the Department of Public Safety and Corrections for the suspension of pay of Louisiana State Trooper Michael Thatcher be approved.
I second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. I'll ask the Vice Chairman to call the next item on the agenda because I'm recusing myself on that particular one.
The next item on the agenda is going to be consideration of a request from the Office of the State Police for reinstatement of 185.95 hours of sick leave for State Police Master Trooper Patrick Bell per Lspc Rule 11.21.1. I believe representatives of the agency are available to answer questions to the commission.
Yes.
Is that true?
That's
Okay,
correct.
can you come forward, please? Yes, ma'am. You'll just state your name for the record,
Sure. My name is Susan Hudson.
and you'll just kind of give us some background on
Oh,
this particular.
I'm one of the workers' comp specialists in the Department of Public Safety's Human Resource Office.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Chairman, I received this request from the department and reviewed it as is customary under this State Police Commission rule. Mr. Bell, or Master Trooper Bell, was injured in the line of duty. He was struck by a 18-wheeler that turned in his path. And then Ms. Susan Hudson, with this present day, certified that there were hours walked back through workers' compensation and indemnity payments. However, 1,225 were not, and were directly related to Trooper Bell's injury. Under my authority, under 11.21.1, I reinstated 1,040 hours of sick leave for Master Trooper Patrick Bell. In accordance with the rules, consideration beyond that amount goes to the commission, and that's to be balanced, which would be 185.95.
Okay. Was it 185 what, sir?
185 hours, 185.95 hours.
And I think we've had a number of these cases that have come before us before, and my recollection serves me right, at least my time on the board has approved those pending any extenuating circumstances. I don't see that in this case in the pre-readings, and so I would ask for a motion to approve the remaining balance be reapplied.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Recchia and a second by Commissioner Pierre. Any discussion by the commission? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you so much. Motion carries.
And we're going to skip item 4 on the agenda for now because I understand the parties are working on potential stipulations, and move on to item number 5, consideration of a motion to take from the table for consideration of Chapter 11, rule changes as promulgated in the General Circular 203 on January 29, 2020. The matter is not coming before the board for a formal adoption of that. It's just the motion would be to take it off the table and it would come before the commission on the, this says 2020, should be 2021, shouldn't it? No, that's when it was promulgated?
This was initially promulgated.
Okay, and we're gonna take it off and it'll be on the agenda for
Which
January.
meeting that you choose.
My suggestion would be January 2021, whatever date that may be. And that gives the parties the opportunity again to get together, see if they can work out something, but we will make a decision on that date. We do want to hear from the parties, but we've got to make a decision. And look, I'm not being critical of anybody. 2020 has been one quite a year, and so that's not a matter of criticism, it's just a matter of, we just gotta get this resolved, so this will give the parties an opportunity, 2 months to try to get together, work on the language that we have, and bring it to the commission with the input from both sides of the matter.
And Mr. Chairman, that date would be January 14th, 2021.
Do we have a motion?
I so move, we take it from the table,
No
for
motion.
consideration on January 14th, 2021 meeting.
A motion by Commissioner Knapp, and second by Commissioner Pruitt. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries, the ayes have it. That takes us to item number 4 on the agenda, and I understand, since they're not back in the room, the parties are still trying to work out stipulations, so we're gonna take a break to allow that to happen.
I definitely am gonna need this written. If we could pause for 1 second. Mr. Chairman, Officer Mayor would like to address you.
Commissioner Mayor.
Yes, I would like to recuse myself in this one matter.
Thank you.
Okay.
After the part about works except on LSP business, we'd like to add, with your picture being placed around the hospital.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
With your picture being placed around the hospital. That's from the contents of the letter.
The letter.
But we'll issue a written stipulation. So essentially, paragraph 3, the second full paragraph on page 3, we're not pursuing the contents of that or the alleged violation associated with it.
And that's the paragraph that begins with on June 20, 2019.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am. It shall not serve as a basis for this one. Yes, ma'am.
And based on these stipulations, are the parties stipulating to that they're not going to call a certain witness that's listed?
Yes.
And can you tell me about that?
So, Mr. Swiss can release Mr. Harding, Ms. LeBlanc, and Ms. Robichaud.
And the department can release Mr. James Engel.
Is Mr. Harding, LeBlanc, and Robichaud here? You are all free to leave by stipulation of the parties. And Mr. Engel, we will release from the subpoena. He is via Zoom because of a medical condition.
Do we have a moment to call him another time?
I'm sorry?
Do we have a moment to call him another time?
Yes.
Okay.
Noisy door.
Oh, I thought, do you want her back before we do anything?
No, I was gonna say, we could swear.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. So for the remaining witnesses, did you have something?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
For the remaining witnesses, I'm gonna call your name, and as I call your name, please raise your right hand, and then just keep it up, because then we're gonna swear in the witnesses and issue an order of sequestration. So beginning with Colonel Kevin Reeves, Trooper Michael Talley, Investigator Mark Forney, Frank Garcia, Randy Hidalgo, Shelley Scott. Oh, there you are, okay. Megan Neal, and Jonathan James. Is there anyone who thinks that they should be here whose name I have not called? With that said, first let's take the oath. You all swear, I'm sorry.
You might put Colonel Duquesne on, so.
And I would object to that being added to the witness list in terms of them calling him as a witness in terms of relevancy, because Mr. Kane was not involved at all with respect to this investigation and has no knowledge with respect to the allegations or the basis for the termination.
I tell you what, we will swear him in, issue the order of well, he's the representative.
Right.
We'll swear him in, and we'll make that determination at the time. So, John Kane, raising the right arm, do you all swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And we're now going to issue an order of sequestration. And what that means is, we're going to ask you all to leave the room with the exception of Mr. Kane. And you will not be able to come into this proceeding until you're called to testify. Throughout this proceeding, and until there's actually been a ruling in this case, you are prohibited from discussing this case with anyone other than the lawyers in this case, or the commission, or myself. And so with that understood, the order of sequestration is now in effect, and we ask everyone who is, who's been called to be a witness to step outside. Do the parties want to give an opening statement? It's up to you if you want to or not.
I think we would.
I have no objection.
I mean, you're going to be alone.
Yeah. Just as a matter of housekeeping, sitting or standing, any preference? Any
It's up to-
commissioners?
Do you want them to sit or stand?
Any preference?
Members of the commission, thank you for being here today to consider this appeal. This case is about
We ask that you speak up
I'm
just
sorry.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. This case is about a Louisiana state trooper who used databases available to law enforcement personnel for the performance of their duties for his own personal reasons. The agency will prove that Mr. Schwest used the Louisiana law enforcement telecommunications system to search for information related to his girlfriend at the time, Miss Megan Neal. The information obtained on Miss Neal came from databases housing motor vehicle and driver's license information, which is protected by federal laws. He also queried Miss Neal in a database that not only accesses criminal history information in Louisiana, but also nationwide. Why did he do this? For personal reasons, not law enforcement reasons. The agency will prove from Mr. Schwest's own statements to investigators that he obtained information showing the location of Miss Neal's vehicle through a system that can read license plates of vehicles passing certain locations. Why did he do this? Again, for personal reasons. And to obtain this information, he had to involve a fellow trooper to access that information who trusted Mr. Schwest had a legitimate law enforcement service for needing the information. We've stipulated that certain body-worn camera videos were sent from Mr. Schwest's phone to Miss Neal's cell phone. The agency will prove that sometimes Miss Neal sent reply text messages to those videos. Mr. Schwest's explanation to Internal Affairs of how those videos were sent to his phone, from his phone to Miss Neal's, is clearly not supported by the evidence. All of these actions were violations of Louisiana state police policies, but this is not the first time Mr. Schwest has committed some of these violations. The evidence will show that several years prior, Mr. Schwest was disciplined for running queries on a prior girlfriend in the databases containing motor vehicle, driver's license, and criminal history information. He was warned that future violations would result in more severe discipline, including up to termination, and in spite of that warning, he's done it again. This case is about protecting information that is available to law enforcement officers to perform their duties, not for personal reasons like checking up on girlfriends. And when a trooper misuses department records and information, not once, but multiple times, even after warning, he loses the trust of the agency and the public, which warrants termination from Louisiana State Police Service.
Mr. Conrad?
Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Referee. Mr. Schwest's passion, livelihood, and fundamental being is to be a police officer. He's been a police officer all his life, and he's been a state trooper for a little over 10 years. He is dedicated to the badge and he's dedicated to the line of duty. That is not only shown through the opinion of his fellow officers, but in his accolades and his performance reviews. He's received positive performance reviews throughout his period of time as a state trooper, including the year that he was disciplined. He's received numerous letters of commendation and even received an excellence award, putting bad guys in prison or holding people responsible for their violations of law. Now, you'll hear Mr. Swest when he testifies that he's going to be contrite, apologetic, and sincere for some of those allegations. Some of the allegations reflected in the termination letter hold no weight, hold no merit. For instance, we just stipulated that one of those allegations hold no weight. Mr. Swest throws himself at the mercy of this commission and trusts that the commission will do the right thing. But being a police officer is his life, and terminating him seriously jeopardizes his being and career as a police officer. Thank you.
Will you call your first witness?
Yes, the department calls retired Colonel Kevin Reeves.
I'd like to remind you that you're still under oath.
Good morning, Colonel Reeves.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Kevin Reeves, 92 Rome Road, Jonesboro, Louisiana, 712.
And what was your position on February 4th, 2020?
I was the superintendent of Louisiana State Police.
In your capacity as the superintendent, were you the statutory appointing authority for state police troopers?
I was.
Okay, how long have you been employed by state police prior to that?
I've been employed by state police for 30 years and 5 months.
Okay, and what are some of your assignments while you were in state police?
Uniform patrol, narcotics investigation, back to uniform patrol, troop commander, region major, and superintendent.
And in connection with those assignments, did you supervise troopers during your time frame?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
You said you were on uniform patrol. Did you have access to the databases and conducting your duties as a trooper when you were on the road?
Yes, ma'am. Not the technology that they have today.
What were some of those databases that you used?
When I started out, we would call in our information to a dispatcher who would run that information for us. And then when I was transitioning to supervisor positions, they were starting to use MDTs to enter information and retrieve information on citizens and visitors.
And what were the purposes of some of those, or the information in some of those databases?
You would run license plates for registrations, for expirations. You could run driver's licenses for information and expirations in driving records. And you could also run criminal history checks.
In your capacity as a superintendent of state police, would you have the occasion to review internal affairs investigations on troopers?
Yes, ma'am.
What is an internal affairs investigation, if you could explain for us?
It's an administrative investigation of violations of our policy and procedure within state police protocols.
Okay, and were you responsible for administering discipline of troopers?
Yes, ma'am.
In doing that, what information would you generally have available to you?
We would generally have a case report from the internal affairs investigators, and also additionally, during our disciplinary review committee, we would get a brief from the investigators, an overall view of the case.
Okay. Ultimately, was the decision on discipline for those cases, did it rest with you as the appointing authority?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with an investigation of Mr. Joey Schwest by Internal Affairs?
I am.
Do you recall how that investigation came to be?
A complaint was filed by a young lady and with Internal Affairs, and I believe then Chief of Staff Mike Noel instructed Internal Affairs to begin an investigation.
Are you familiar with the outcome of that investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review an Internal Affairs report in connection with that investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you consider the information in that report?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall taking any disciplinary action regarding Mr. Schwest after that?
I do.
And what was that action?
Termination.
May I approach the witness? I'd like to show you the document, and I want to ask you if you could identify that document.
Ms. Stewart, can I get a seat first before you
I'm sorry.
show it to the witness?
And all of these, we can.
Yes, ma'am. This is the final letter of termination that we issued to Mr. Schwest.
How many pages is that document? Is that your signature on the last page of the document?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And just briefly, Colonel, I'm gonna ask you. Colonel, the letter refers to incidents where body-worn camera videos are sent to Ms. Neal for non-law enforcement purposes. Are you familiar with that?
Jason Leading.
Sorry. Colonel, are you familiar with the allegation that body-worn camera videos from Mr. West's body-worn camera were sent to Ms. Neal?
Yes, I am.
Okay, did you find that that was a violation of the state police policy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how did that violate state police policy?
It violated our policy on dissemination of information, which, would paraphrase or read?
To paraphrase or?
We are not to remove or copy or give out any videos or any pertinent information from state police without the proper authorization.
So how are body-worn camera videos made?
The trooper wears a body-worn camera on either their chest or on their belt, and it is when activated, it records the interaction that the trooper has with individuals, with citizens, arrestees, and otherwise.
What's the purpose of those videos?
It's to provide a historical recording of how an event takes place.
And after the recordings are made, how would they be used?
They would be used as evidence.
Are you familiar with how they're stored?
Yes, ma'am, they're stored in a cloud.
Are you familiar with the particular brand or manufacturer of the cameras trooper use?
Evidence.com.
The camera itself?
The camera itself?
The maker of the company?
No.
And you mentioned evidence.com. What is that?
That is where we store our evidence at.
Do you have any idea how a body-worn camera video would get onto a trooper's personal cell phone?
Objection, broad.
It would have to be physically recorded from a screen, one from evidence.com for it to be on there.
familiar with the LPR system or license plate reader system?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to us what that system is?
That system can track when plates, for investigative purposes, when plates pass by certain points.
Okay, and do troopers have access to that information before their duty?
Yes, ma'am.
In the letter, it was stated that, Mr. Squest had Trooper James run Miss Neal's license plate in the LPR system for a non-law enforcement department. After your review of the report, did you find that to be the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that in violation of state police policy?
It was.
And specifically which policy?
LPR system data sharing and dissemination.
Can any member of the public contact state police and ask that a license plate be run in the system? What are some of the reasons that a trooper would request a plate to be run?
Maybe stolen vehicle or wanted person, information such as that. Maybe a missing person, but it's considered to be sensitive information that those devices provide to law enforcement.
Okay, specifically, I'm going to refer you to page 4 of the letter. In the middle where it talks about the violation of Louisiana State Policy and Procedure Order 243 license plate. Can you read that portion of the letter referring to that violation?
Sure. Louisiana State Police Policy and Procedure Order 243, License Plate Recognition Reader System, Section 2, Standard Operating Procedures, Subsection 2, LPR System Data Sharing and Dissemination, which states in pertinent part, LPR System Data Sharing and Dissemination. A, LPR System data is data which pertains to open investigations and is classified as sensitive/open investigation. The information is gathered for the exclusive use of law enforcement officials in the discharge of their duties and is not open to the public. B, the LPRS system and its database records and any associated media are property of the department and are intended for law enforcement purposes only. Therefore, no employee shall use or authorize the use of the LPR system and its data for reasons that are not legitimate law enforcement purposes.
Okay, and did you find that Trooper Squest violated that?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall the specifics of how he violated that policy?
He contacted another trooper and asked that trooper to run Miss Neal's plate through the LPR system. When he got the feedback from that other trooper, he sent the information to the young lady.
And is that in fact a violation of the policy?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that also be a violation of dissemination of information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you cite that in your letter?
I did.
Okay. We briefly talked about some of the other databases you have access to on the road.
Yes, ma'am.
And the information contained in like motor vehicle, driver's license, CCH. Do you know how troopers access that information, what systems they would use for that?
They would use the LIT system, and they would also use the criminal history system for the Bureau of Identification.
Do troopers need a law enforcement reason to query those databases?
Yes, ma'am.
Give me an example of a law enforcement reason for querying a database, such as LIT.
Well, if you had someone stopped and you wanted to see what their driving record was, also if you wanted to know if they had a criminal history, if you had enough reason to check, see if they had a criminal history.
So you said if you had someone stop, how would you stop them?
No traffic stop, I'm sorry.
Is there any other occasions where not a traffic stop, the trooper would need information?
Sure, it could be an active investigation going on, a criminal investigation going on within the agency.
So if a trooper accesses that information for not having an investigation or traffic stop or not a law enforcement purpose, would that violate policy? Did you find that Mr. Schwartz did that?
I did.
How?
He ran Miss Neal's plate at least 6 times was the total that we had on record that he ran her license plate, which when he got that back, it also provided the information through criminal history, her driving record, which had her personal information on it, and also driving information, criminal history information.
Is there another way to query the database besides a license plate?
You can do it through a
Do you know if he did it through that mechanism? Either way? Okay. But you know he queried the database 6 times? Okay. And how did that violate, what policies did that violate?
That violated our misuse, our policy on, was misuse of criminal history, CCH, which also is covered by the Louisiana Revised Statute for that, and also the Driver's Privacy Protection Act.
Is that the policy he violated?
That's the laws that he violated. He would have violated conformance to laws by doing that.
Okay. So what is the misuse of CCH?
That's when you acquire a criminal history on someone for a non-law enforcement purpose.
And what is that governed by?
That is governed by Louisiana Revised Statute 15:596.
Okay. And was there another law that was violated by his access of the information?
Yes, ma'am. It's a federal law, Driver's Privacy Protection Act.
Okay. Can you read that in your letter, the misuse of CCH and the Driver's Privacy Protection Act for us?
Yes, the misuse of CCH, Louisiana Revised Statute 15:596, misuse of CCH, which states in pertinent part, B, any individual who shall acquire or distribute any criminal history record pursuant to this chapter and except as authorized by law and in accordance with applicable rules and regulations of the Bureau shall be fined not less than $500 nor more than $1,000 and may be imprisoned for not more than 3 months for each offense or both. Secondly, the Driver's Privacy Protection Act, 18 U.S.C. 2722A, which states in pertinent part, it shall be unlawful for any person knowingly to obtain or disclose personal information from a motor vehicle record for any use not permitted under section 2721B of this title.
So how would you say he violated the conformance to laws policy?
Well, I would say that when he ran these information through these systems for personal reasons, that he violated those laws.
And Colonel, are you familiar with the allegation of false statements sustained against Mr. Schwest?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and tell us how you concluded he violated that policy.
Well, when he was asked about the body-worn camera videos, he initially had stated that Ms. Neal had put his thumb while he was asleep on the phone to access his phone to get that, and then denied sending some videos in other cases, and came back in the end and did it to him.
And did you find that the evidence supported that statement he made as to how the videos got on her phone?
We did. It was supported through text messages that corresponded with the sending and receiving of the videos.
Did you find it credible that Ms. Neal would have used his finger to unlock his phone and send the videos to himself?
I did not.
And what evidence did you consider coming to that conclusion?
Well, like I said, when the I investigators made us aware that after sending the videos or that there was text messages that corresponded with those of conversations between the two in regards to the videos, that led us to believe that he had actually sent the videos. Also our investigators had done a download of her phone that showed the dates and times that those videos had been transmitted to her phone and from where they were transmitted.
Do you recall if his timesheets were reviewed on the dates and times the videos were sent?
They were.
Did it correspond with his excuse he was sleeping and she used his finger to unlock the phone?
Objection. Presupposes evidence outside. Presupposes facts outside of evidence.
He was working on several occasions.
And last, Colonel, you cited in the letter that Mr. Schwest violated the state police policy on conduct unbecoming an officer.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to us how you concluded that?
Well, in kind of a culmination of the actions that he took by sending the body-worn camera videos to Ms. Neal, asking a second trooper to run Ms. Neal's license plate through the license plate reader and accessing our department records. All of those constituted, along with making the false statements, the charge of conduct unbecoming an officer.
And can you read for us that part of the policy cited on page 6 of the letter, conduct of the public?
Yes, ma'am. One, a commissioned officer shall conduct himself at all times, both on and off duty, in such a manner as to reflect most favorably on himself and the department. Two, unbecoming conduct is defined as conduct which A, brings the department or any of its subdivisions in disrepute. B, reflects discredit upon the officer as a member of the department. D, detrimentally affects the morale of the department's personnel. And E, may reasonably be expected to destroy public respect for state police officers and/or confidence in the office of state police.
And do you still believe that he violated that policy?
Yes,
Well, in making your decision as to the severity of the penalty in this case for these violations, did you consider Mr. Swest's prior disciplinary record?
I did.
Did you find that he had any prior discipline?
Yes.
And did you review any records relating to prior discipline?
I did.
May I press the button?
Yes.
Colonel, I'm going to show you a document and ask you if you can identify it for us.
Yes, ma'am. This looks like a final discipline letter from November 4th of 2013 in reference to a suspension of Trooper Schwest at the time.
Okay, and whose signature's on that letter?
Lieutenant Colonel Charles Dupuy.
Okay, to your knowledge, was he the delegated appointing authority at the time?
Yes, ma'am, he was the chief of staff at the time.
And when you consider discipline for a trooper, how were you made aware of any prior disciplinary actions?
When the IA report was submitted to us as prior to this report.
And did you in fact consider Mr. Schwest's prior discipline as stated in that letter when you made your decision?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you summarize for us the violations cited in the letter and the nature of the conduct?
Sure. It's my understanding that from reading this, and I certainly wasn't a part of it at the time, that Mr. Schwest
I
was.
would object then on the basis of knowledge from any further testimony. If he's admitting he doesn't have any knowledge as to the basis of discipline or what is contained in the letter as he testified it was from Lieutenant Colonel Dupuy.
That he reviewed the letter in making his decision on the discipline, and it's relevant to the severity of the penalty in this case.
And on that basis, we'll have the federal office testimony.
He had been in a relationship with a young lady and had some threatening text messages that came across between them where she perceived as threatening. And then he also ran some license plate inquiries on his MDT of a vehicle at a residence.
What was the discipline that was administered in that case?
Let's see here. 24-hour suspension.
And what policies are cited as being violated in that case?
It's like DPS IT user responsibilities, the Driver's Privacy Protection Act, Louisiana Revised Statute of misuse of criminal histories, and Louisiana State Police Policy and Procedure Code of Conduct and Ethics Conformance to laws.
Are those some of the same policies you cited in your termination letter from Mr. Schwest?
Yes, ma'am.
Colonel, do you still believe that a state trooper who violates those policies the second time should be terminated from the state police service?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
At this time, in connection with the witness's testimony, I'd like to offer, introduce, and file into the record the documents we referred to.
Before you do so, we would, the commission would like for the letter of discipline dated February 4th, 2020, we'd like for you to redact from page 3, that paragraph that begins with "on June 20, 2019, to which the parties have stipulated they were not going to rely upon for discipline." So, with that understanding, redact that before you introduce that document.
We'll provide a redacted copy.
Referee, I also asked them to redact the name of the other young lady involved in the prior discipline.
Right. So, in connection with the prior discipline, the name of the person mentioned in there as who was searched, we'd like her name redacted as well.
Sure.
And so, for purposes of now, knowing you have to redact these documents, will you label what numbers you want those to be?
Yes. So we would like to label the termination letter dated February 4th, 2020 as D1, D for Department D1. And the prior disciplinary letter of Joey Schwest dated November 4th, 2013 as D2.
And they're so admitted after redaction,
Yes.
as described.
Understood.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination?
Mr. Reeves, are you aware of Mr. Swest being disciplined for sending any threatening text messages in 2013?
No, sir, I believe that he was disciplined for his use of our databases.
Okay. That's your understanding that that's all that Mr. Swest was disciplined for, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you listen to the audio recording with Mr. Swest?
I did not.
Okay. So, when you use the phrase, it's my understanding that he denied but then came back and admitted, where is that coming from?
It came from the case report that I read.
Okay, so did you have, who did the case report?
I believe it was Senior Trooper Michael Talley.
Okay, did you have any conversations with Mr. Talley with respect to his IA interview?
He came in and briefed our disciplinary review committee.
What did he tell you with respect to whether or not Mr. Swest admitted or denied any of these allegations?
I have to review the reports and come back and tell you.
No, I'm asking, the question is what did Mr. Talley tell you?
I don't recall that.
Okay, so the best person we need to ask about whether or not Mr. Swest admitted or denied any of these allegations in the audio recording would be Mr. Talley, not you, correct? You just copy and pasted essentially whatever Mr. Talley said and stuck it in the termination letter, correct?
After reviewing it, yes.
After reviewing it, got it. Now, I'm going to get you to flip to page 4 of Exhibit 1, which is the February 2020 letter. And you had testified, correct me if I'm wrong, that the basis for Mr. Swest violating the Policy and Procedure Order 243 was because he had Mr. James run Mrs. Neal's license plate. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's based on the LPR system, which is what again?
That's a license plate reader system.
Did Mr. Swest have access to that system? The LPR system?
At that time, he had contacted someone else to do it, so I would assume he did.
Well, who in connection with state police has access to the LPR system?
Certain troopers do.
Okay, and how is that delineated in terms of which troopers have access to the LPR system?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Would you be surprised to know that Mr. Swest did not have access to the LPR system at that time?
No, sir, I wouldn't be surprised, or else he wouldn't have had to call the other trooper to run it for him.
Right. Now, Mr. Swest's position at this time, which would be in 2019, what was his position?
I'm not sure.
Take my word. Would you have any reason to disagree that he was just a trooper?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And Mr. James, do you remember what his position was at the time?
No, sir.
Well, would you agree with me, would you not, that Mr. Swest was not Mr. James's supervisor?
No, I would agree with that.
Okay. And you would agree with me, would you not, that Mr. Swest has no control over what Mr. James does with respect to the LPR system?
I would agree with that.
Now, did you also have a conversation with Mr. Talley with respect to Mr. Swest allegedly violating this 243 order?
We were briefed on it, yes, sir, along with the report.
Okay. What did Mr. Talley tell you with respect to this allegation?
That Trooper Swest had contacted Senior James and asked him to run her plate. He did, and he sent it back to her.
Did he tell you that Mr. Swest in any way coerced Mr. James to run the license plate?
No, sir, not that I recall.
Did he tell you that Mr. Swest threatened Mr. James to run the license plate?
No, sir, not that I recall.
And as a matter of fact, Mr. Swest cannot compel Mr. James to run anything in the LPR system, correct?
Correct.
Because he's not a supervisor.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to get you to turn to page 5. And you had given some testimony about Mr. Swest pulling what I'm going to phrase as some license plate information on Mrs. Neal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding as to the reason why that happened?
I'm not real sure what the reason why he pulled that information on her was. The first time that he ran it, that he admitted to running it the first time, was because they had just begun dating, and I think her license plate was expired, and he wanted to check it
And where did you acquire that information
from
from?
the report.
Okay. Did Mr. Talley brief you on that issue as well?
I'm sure he did, but I don't recall it.
Okay. Did Mr. Talley also tell you any of the other reasons why Mr. Swest had ran the license plate?
Not that I recall, just that it had been run, I believe, 6 times. The information had been run twice.
Would you be surprised to know that on some of those occasions, Mr. Swest had ran the license plate because Mrs. Neal refused to to get a new brake tag?
I'm not aware of that, no, sir.
You have a lot of law enforcement experience, correct, Mr. Reeves? Having an expired brake tag is a violation of law, correct?
It is.
Okay. So is there any delineation in terms of the policy as to whether or not it's a legitimate law enforcement function if Mr. Swest has reason to believe that somebody is violating the law?
Well, I would say that that would be in reference to a traffic stop, that he should have run her information to find out if the license plate was still in fact expired, not just arbitrarily run it periodically to see if it was fixed or not.
Well, does the policy say anything in what you just testified to?
It says for law enforcement purposes.
Okay. Is not running the data to see if her license plate is expired a law enforcement function?
Did he intend on taking any corrective action on it? Did he take any corrective action on it? Was there any reason for him to interact with her and say, hey, your license plate is still expired? You know, we'd like to have an interaction or an investigation with a violator before we run that information, especially on a continuing basis, to find out what information is in there.
And is that based on policy, or is that just your best practice?
I would say it's for a legitimate law enforcement purpose, and I wouldn't say run someone's plate when you don't have interaction with them as in a law enforcement capacity would be legitimate.
Do you know if there's a definition in the policy as to what legitimate law enforcement function is?
No, sir, I believe they would leave that probably to common sense.
Or any officer's discretion,
Practice.
like Mr. Swest's discretion?
I wouldn't say we're left with that discretion.
Have you ever heard of the phrase officer discretion?
I have.
Okay, in what context is that phrase used?
It's used for officers' decision-making on the side of the road with violators.
And is it also used in connection whether or not they need to look up somebody's information to see if they're violating the law?
Not just because they don't have a general purpose for doing it. The purpose would have to be in connection with a legitimate law enforcement purpose.
Did you find out what that purpose was by Mr. Swest?
No, sir, I didn't.
Do you know if Mr. Talley tried to find out whether, do you know if Mr. Talley tried to find out what that purpose was?
You'd have to ask Mr. Talley.
But you didn't ask Mr. Talley, correct?
No, sir.
You just took his word for it.
Yes, sir, he was in a relationship with this young lady, and he ran her license plate 6 times, and her information 6 times. I didn't believe that there was a sufficient law enforcement purpose for running the license plate.
But I don't want to beat a dead horse, but you didn't ask Mr. Swest that.
No, sir.
And nor did you take any action to try to find out what that purpose was, correct?
No, sir. I don't investigate the cases they're presented to us.
Now, you told me or told us that one of the reasons why you decided to terminate was because you took a look back and saw that Mr. Swess had prior discipline, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you consider any other factors in reaching your determination with respect to termination?
Yes, sir, we considered all the factors of the current event and then on top of what had happened previously.
Okay. So you said current event, what do you mean by that?
The current investigation.
Okay. And you said the past, right?
Yes.
Did you pull his personnel file?
I did not.
Do you know if Mr. Talley pulled his personnel file?
You'll have to ask him.
Do you know if anybody in connection with the IA investigation pulled Mr. Swest's personnel file?
You'd have to ask them.
Okay. Where did you find out that he had this prior discipline?
It was provided in a report.
In the IA report. Was his performance reviews provided to you?
No, sir.
Do you know what Mr. Swest's performance reviews are?
No, sir.
It would be fair to say that you did not take Mr. Swest's performance reviews into consideration when you made your decision to terminate him.
That would be correct.
Would you be surprised to know that Mr. Swest has positive performance reviews?
No, sir, I wouldn't be surprised by that. When we look at discipline, we're looking at a specific instant or instances. It's not about his performance that he has historically, except when you're looking at the discipline of that individual. You could have someone with exemplary performance in an agency and they could make an error that violates policy and procedure or violates the law that has to be addressed.
So is it your testimony that you consider no mitigating factors to reach a determination as to whether or not you're going to terminate somebody?
That wasn't my testimony.
Okay. So what mitigating factors did you consider in this case?
In this case, we reviewed the case report and the testimony of the overview that was provided by the IA investigator. And then we had knowledge that there had been previous discipline for the same circumstances, or similar circumstances.
So would you agree with me, would you not, that you considered no mitigating factors in reaching your decision to terminate Mr. Swess?
I would agree with you that these are the factors that I described that we considered.
So you told me you didn't consider his performance evaluations. Did you also know that Mr. Swess has letters of commendation in his personnel file? Did you also know that Mr. Swess has a certificate of professional excellence in his personnel file? Did you also know that Mr. Swess was recommended for Trooper of the Year in 2019? And these are not factors you considered in reaching your decision to terminate him. Did you talk to any of his coworkers, Mr. Swess?
No, sir.
Are you aware of there any complaints against Mr. Swess in connection with his job performance?
I'm not aware,
Or,
other than this one and the previous one.
and who is Mr. Swess's troop leader at this time?
Captain Frank Bason.
Did you talk to Mr. Bason, Captain Bason, in connection with discipline, before you disciplined Mr. Swess?
He was in the disciplinary review committee.
Now, are you familiar with an app that troopers can have on their phone to view the body cam recordings?
No, sir.
Okay, have you ever heard of Axon? A-X-O-N?
Exxon? Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
What is that?
That's who makes our body cameras.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you are unaware of any type of app that an officer can have on their phone which contains the body cam footage?
I know that an officer can log into our system to view the body cam video that they have, but that when they log into that, that creates a trail of who has logged into it when they log into it.
Where can they access or log into that?
Computer, MDT,
Phone?
I assume so.
Any electronic device that you can get on the internet and access that, right? Is that accurate?
I would assume so, yes, sir.
Do you know if Mr. James was disciplined in connection with running Miss Neal's information?
I'm not aware.
Well, have you disciplined Mr. Neal?
I'm sorry.
have you have you disciplined Mr. James while you were the appointing authority?
I don't recall.
Now, this issue of troopers looking up records, is this a common problem?
I wouldn't call it a common problem, no, sir.
Okay, well, have you heard of other troopers doing so and not getting terminated?
We have.
Objection, what's happened to other troopers is not relevant to this proceeding here.
It is to the effect that it goes to the issue of arbitrary and capriciousness. Mr. West.
You can't use the fact that someone else did it and was or wasn't disciplined to absolve yourself from the violations that you're charged with committing. It's not relevant.
But it does go to the issue of whether or not the termination is arbitrary and capricious in comparison to perhaps suspension or how long the suspension may be.
Well, then maybe it should be limited to what Colonel Reeves did as the appointed authority. I mean, I don't believe he could have knowledge of any time any troopers ever run a record outside of law enforcement purposes with his discipline.
But Mr. Reeves can certainly testify to that rather than convey it through argument.
Okay. I've already denied the request of the folder of a prior trooper who was disciplined in connection with something not exactly the same, and that's what we require. We require that they be the same situations, and they're not in this case. But I will allow him to ask about whether other troopers have been disciplined in general for violation of the rule. But knowing that, we understand that it's not the same situation as we're looking at here today.
So, Mr. Reeves, are you familiar with other troopers being disciplined for violation of 901, the dissemination of information?
I'm sure they have. I'm not any specifics.
All right. Have troopers been disciplined in violation of that policy for looking up people's information on the database? For instance, the MDT.
I'm sure they have. I don't have any specifics.
Okay. Do you recall a guy named Bernal Dedeau?
I'm gonna
Again, now this is, I've already denied access to that file and because it is not sufficiently similar to the circumstances of this case. So, grant your objection to that.
Mr. Reeves, have you, or do you recall disciplining troopers for violations of 901 with respect to looking up information on the database?
I'd have to know specifics to be able to answer the question.
Do you recall if any of those troopers suffered discipline less than termination?
I'd have to see the specific cases.
Well, Madam Referee, his testimony is that he needs to refresh his recollection, names of people, and he can identify whether or not those are the same or similar situations. So to the extent I can offer, for instance, that name to refresh his recollection, that may lead us into some relevancy in terms of...
You've already tried to obtain that record. I've reviewed that record and found that it was not sufficiently similar to the situation in this case and denied access to that record. So you're not going to go forward asking him to remember something he doesn't remember now or ask him to look at that document here.
But just to refresh his recollection in terms of that name, I'm not suggesting we go dive into the history, but...
But again, we've already talked about the fact that that case is not sufficiently similar to this case.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your time, Mr. Reeves.
Thank you.
I have some follow-up. Colonel Reeves, you were asked about whether or not Trooper James, Mr. Swest was Trooper James' supervisor and if you could give him an order. Do troopers assist other troopers without being ordered to do that, to do something for them?
Yes, all the time.
Would you expect there to be some level of trust when you're assisting a trooper?
Yes, we would, especially with our databases and information connected to investigative tools that if you ask for something, it would be for a legitimate law enforcement reason.
Are all troopers bound by the same policies and procedures?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall if the report determine whether or not Trooper James knew why Mr. Schwest wanted that plate run?
My recollection from the report is that Mr. Schwest had advised that Trooper James did not know the reasons for his running.
Do you think if Trooper James knew the reason, it might have made a difference?
Objection, speculation.
And Colonel Reeves, you were asked if you knew the reasons why Mr. Schwest ran Ms. Neal's plate. It was alleged that she refused to get a new brake tag. Are you aware of any database that would tell whether or not a brake tag on a vehicle was expired?
Well, I was going to ask for some clarification. When we're talking about a brake tag, we're talking about a motor vehicle inspection.
That's my
sticker, or are we
appreciation
talking
of
about
it being
the
from New
license plate?
Orleans. We call them brake tags in New Orleans.
But those of us not from New Orleans, we understand that's what you New Orleans. I'm married to one of y'all, so that's how I know.
If it's in reference to the motor vehicle inspection, there is no database that would tell us that information.
Okay, so is that a legitimate reason to run, to find if a brake tag's expired? Okay. And if the trooper did know that a vehicle didn't have insurance or there was some other defect with the vehicle, would you expect him to take action?
Yes, ma'am.
And Colonel, you were asked about information you considered in determining the discipline. Well, assume that everything Mr. Conrad told you about Mr. Schwest's record is correct. In the IA briefing, are you advised of the trooper's length of service?
We are.
Okay, so is it fair to say you would have considered that? Okay. Are there some instances, Colonel, where the violations might be so egregious that termination is warranted even for a first violation?
There are.
Okay. So it's not, would it be fair to say in every case, you don't need prior discipline to take the most severe penalty of termination? Is
That would
correct?
be correct. And if I could go back to something you asked about his length of service in there, it was in the report, so we saw it. But sometimes with violations, length of time on the job wouldn't matter.
So assuming everything Mr. Conrad mentioned today, as far as his performance evaluations, commendations, awards, would that have changed your decision in this case, if you had known it at the time?
No, ma'am.
Would you consider the violations that Mr. Schwest was found to have committed serious violations of policy and procedure?
I would.
And tell me how this affects his service as a trooper. Why is the termination severe, even in light of those things he mentioned in his service record?
Well, I think that when you, for me, when you access these databases are tools that we have available to us to assist us for law enforcement purposes and for investigations. And the public expects that we will not use these for personal reasons. And when we do use these for personal reasons, it could erode the public's trust in the Louisiana State Police, and it could also affect our ability to use these tools in the future, because there are audits of these tools that are used, and it could cause us to lose the ability to use those. But more importantly, as I said, I think that it erodes the public's trust when we start using our jobs for purposes other than law enforcement purposes.
That's all the questions I have.
If I can have just a brief rebuttal. Does the officer have any obligation to find out what the purpose of the officer asking for that information to be run?
Oftentimes there's a trust there that if you ask for information to be run, if one officer asks for another officer to run some information, that we're going to run the information and give it to them. We don't always ask when accessing databases what the purpose is.
Well, how do you know, how does the trooper who's running that information know whether or not the request, for instance, is for a legitimate law enforcement purpose?
Well, I would say that that was probably a case where you have that trust between our troopers, that if you're going to be asked to do something, it's going to be for legitimate purposes, and that the burden of whether it is or not would lie on the requester, not the person that is being requested of.
But the access to to the LPR system, do you have to have any certification for that?
I'm not aware of what all we have to do to have access to that.
Okay, well, when you were a trooper, did you have access to the LPR system?
I was a trooper, we didn't have LPR system.
Sure, all righty. When did you get the LPR system?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
When they first came in, I'd have to review records.
Okay. Now, having an expired license plate, would that be on the system?
Yes.
Okay.
It wouldn't be on the LPR system, it would be on the LIT system, yes.
I'm sorry, you would be on the, what system?
It would be on the system that he ran to run the license plate.
Who's he?
Trooper, whoever ran it. And when a trooper runs a license plate through the LIT system for information that we were speaking of, it comes up with the information on the registered owner and the driver's license and all that, then yes, that would be on there.
Okay, so let me take a step back because I'm a little confused and it could just be me. The MDT system, the mobile data terminal system, would that have a license, an expired license plate?
Yes, that's it. The mobile data terminal is an access way, it's a computer that accesses the database.
Right. And the LPR system is something different, correct?
Yes.
Tell me the difference.
Well, one is databases that are used for inquiries, and the LPR system is a reader. It actually just reads plates as they go by, and it supplies dates and times.
Okay. And that would read an expired license plate, correct?
It would show.
It would show an expired license plate, the LPR system. And you weren't aware whether or not Mr. Swest had requested Mr. James to look up the LPR system for an expired license plate. I know we get the terminologies a little confused, Baton Rouge to New Orleans people, okay? So,
I wouldn't know. I would not know.
okay. And you weren't aware whether or not that was a reason by Mr. Swest for asking Mr. James to run the LPR.
I'm not aware of that.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
I have some clarification, since we're talking about the two systems. You mentioned the LX system. Does every trooper have access to that?
Yes.
And is that the system you generally run to get the license plate information, whether or not it's expired? So when we talk about the LPR system reading license plates, are there specific locations for that?
For the LPRs?
Yes.
Yes, the LPR campers are in specific locations.
So help me here, if a vehicle passes a location where the reader is, it will capture that location information and time, is that correct? Is the purpose of the system to find expired license plates?
No, the purpose of the system is not to find violations.
What is the purpose of the system?
To tell us where a vehicle is at a specific date and time.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, questions of this witness? No? Can this witness be released, or?
I don't need him any further. I would like to release him.
I don't think I need to.
You are free to go.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We don't want to.
It's actually gonna call investigator Mark Leonard.
We're gonna take a 5 to 10 minute break. Let's call it 10 minutes. Waiting on this.
They're going to get Mr. Fournette. They're going to get Mr. Fournette, the next witness. I think, right?
I think Michelle's fine.
Oh, okay.
Jericho, who's your next witness?
Investigator Mark Leonard.
Fournette. Okay. Can we get the exhibits pulled?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I do have an objection to Mr. Fournette being called as a witness as he was a participant in the criminal investigation, and the criminal investigation has nothing to do with, is outside the scope of the charge. The charge is with respect to the allegations of the body cam footage, with the running of the information, lying to the investigators, and the Jonathan James issue. Mr. Fournette has no involvement with respect to that, nor did he conduct the IA interviews.
Investigator Fournette, in his investigation, gathered some documents that he gave to Internal Affairs to use in their investigation.
And that's what you're limiting this testimony to
Then
that extent?
Internal Affairs can testify that they received it from Mr. Fournette, and this is what it says on the page. But anything that was done in connection with the criminal investigation is going to be outside of the scope.
Right. With that said, we're gonna allow Mr. Fournette to testify, and then we'll listen to what questions are asked and expect that you won't go into matters that have been redacted from the letter of discipline.
Yes.
May I remind you that you're under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and employer for the record.
My name is Mark Fournette. I'm an investigator with Louisiana State Police.
And how long have you been employed by Louisiana State Police?
As an investigator, about 5 years.
And in total?
Closing in on about 38, I think, or somewhere. 27 and a half, and then 5, and then I had some sheriff's office time.
And
ATC.
And what is your current job title?
I'm an investigator.
Did you conduct a criminal investigation of Joey Schwest?
Objection outside of the scope of the letter.
Again, we're not gonna go into the criminal investigation?
Right, no.
Okay.
I'm
But the
just
fact that
leading to how he got the documents.
But the fact there was a criminal investigation is outside the scope of the termination letter, because that's not a reason why he was terminated.
Okay. We're not gonna go into it, but she can ask how he obtained the documents, and that's
Okay.
all.
During your investigation, did you obtain phone records for Mr. Joey Schwest?
Yes, I did.
Did you obtain phone records of Miss Megan Neal?
Yes, I did.
And how did you get Mr. Schwest's records?
Through a search warrant.
And how did you get Miss Neal's records?
Consent to search. They were downloaded onto the device that the state police had, the TSO.
Whose records were downloaded onto the device?
Well, initially, Miss Neal's records, her phone was downloaded onto a device by TSO Garcia at her residence after consent to search on July the 3rd, 2019, and Mr. Schwest, Trooper Schwest's information was downloaded after a search warrant was obtained by TSO Garcia. I don't recall the date specifically. I think it was July the 9th, I'm not sure.
So it was TSO Garcia that did the downloads for you? Is
Objection,
that what
that's the
you're
answer,
saying?
lady.
Who did this? Who did those two downloads for you?
TSO Garcia.
What were those, what did TSO Garcia put those downloads of the phones on?
It was a device that he had, and I don't know what it's called.
Okay, and he provided that to you?
He provided me the results of the download.
And at the conclusion of your investigation, what did you do with that evidence that you gathered?
The results were included as an attachment in the report, and the phone was put back into evidence.
Did you provide a copy of those downloads to Internal Affairs?
Yes, I believe I did.
No further question.
Commission? Is this witness free to go?
Yes, ma'am. For me.
I believe so,
Yes?
yes. Yes.
You are free to go. Thank you. Yeah, you're done for the day. Who's your next witness?
Next, we're going to call TSO Garcia.
I'd like to remind you that you're still on the road.
Yes.
Please state your name and employer for the record.
Name is Technical Support Officer Frank Garcia, Louisiana State Police.
And what is your current job title?
Technical Support Officer.
What are some of your duties in that position?
We have a lot of duties, but to sum it up in a nutshell, it's forensics on anything electronic, computers, phones, among a laundry list of other things.
And were you asked to assist in an investigation of Mr. Joey Schwest?
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
I was asked to do forensic examinations on 2 phones.
And do you know whose cell phones those were?
One was for Megan Neal, and the other was for Joey Schwest.
And did you do those examinations?
Yes.
What exactly did you do?
For Megan Neal's phone, I was asked to go to her house, where Investigator Fournette was at, where I did the examination at her house. For Joey Schwest's phone, it was submitted to me through our evidence procedure, and our evidence custodian, I should say, and I did the examination in my office. And doing the examinations on both phones, what I did is I extracted the data that was on the phone with the forensic software, and then I put that information into a report so that Investigator Fournette could review it.
And did you give that report to Investigator Fournette?
Yes, for both phones.
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Thompson?
We don't have any questions.
Commission? Any questions? Okay, is this witness free to go?
Yes, he's free to go.
We don't need him.
You are free to go.
Okay, thank you. That'll be good.
Who's your next witness?
Next, we're gonna call TSO Randy Hidalgo.
I'll remind you that you're still on the road.
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your name and employer for the record.
Randy Hidalgo, Louisiana State Police, employed in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, at the State Police Headquarters.
And what is your current job title?
I'm the Technical Support Officer Supervisor.
And how long have you held that position?
Held that position for 17 years.
What are some of your job duties in that position?
I do all the forensic analysis, pretty much. We do computer forensics, video forensics, we do wiretaps, we do pretty much all the technical stuff in the state police. And I'm over that entire unit for the state.
Were you asked by Internal Affairs to assist in an investigation of Mr. Jones West?
Yes, ma'am.
What specifically were you asked to do?
They had a forensics file, a PDF file of a phone dump or an individual's phone that they had downloaded. And they asked me to go through the file and locate some videos which had our body camera footage on it and extract that and give it to them. And also they asked me to extract some text messages. And I extracted that and put it into a report and gave it to the internal affairs people. Sorry,
Who asked you to do that?
Michael Tallis.
So, did you create any type of report
Yes,
as a
ma'am.
result of your search?
Yes, ma'am.
May I first witness? I placed a document in front of you. Can you identify that document for us?
Yes, ma'am, it's an extraction report from an Apple iPhone. And pretty much what it has the information on the phone, the date and time I extracted it, and it has the details from which they kind of said, hey, we need this, like the video segments, and it shows it in there as well, when it was captured through messaging and stuff like that. So it's a detailed kind of transcript of her.
Is that the report you made of Ms. Neal's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with that report to provide it to Investigator Coward?
I gave it to him electronically on a USB device.
Was there anything else on that USB device when you gave it to him?
The segments, like the videos and stuff like that, would also be in there because it's attached to the report, so it's file path. It's like kind of an HTML kind of. When you use a browser, you click on something and it brings you to the other thing. It's part of the report.
Are you familiar with the body-worn camera system?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a body-worn camera?
No, ma'am.
But are you familiar with the uploading process of body-worn camera videos?
I'm an administrator of the Axon Evidence.com body camera system because I'm the one who has to retrieve them all the times in different instances that we have. So I had to get administrative rights. I had to go through the administrative training on it, which gives me information about how to pull the videos, how to be able to redact certain things and stuff like that. So I do have the knowledge of it, yes, ma'am.
So can you explain to us the process of uploading the video? How are they uploaded? What are they uploaded to?
So
I'm going to object on the basis of vagueness, uploaded to where?
Well, I think he's
Exactly,
gonna answer that.
that is my question.
Overruled.
what I can answer is there's various processes that you can use. One process, and I'm not saying in this situation that's how it was done, I'm just saying in one process, you can actually hook it to a computer and sync it, and sync that evidence and load it. You can also get to evidence.com. If I have a video that I have on my computer and I need to share it or attach it to that evidence, I can do it through there as well. I open up that browser, it's the sync browser. It allows me to grab whatever video or whatever file I want to put and bring it into the system under whatever case number I've done. Also with the body cameras, we can also sync it with their, at the troops, when they go to the troops, they can sync it with the same system that they have there. And it all syncs up to evidence.com. So there's some variations on how they do it. It's got a great audit trail, and that's pretty much the features of how it goes.
Are you aware if there's an app for troopers to review body camera videos on their cell phone?
There are applications that you can view. I don't know if it's specifically for troopers or anything like that. I know I've done it, and I don't know if the troopers do it, because I don't know what policies say on that. Because I don't deal in the patrol world, so I'm not aware of what policies and how they do it. But I know that there are various apps.
Are you aware if a trooper views a body camera video on his phone through that app? If it's stored on his phone?
So in the phone forensic world, and to separate it from that, anything that you view on your phone, you may think you delete a lot of stuff. A lot of those remnants are there. So, and in this situation, I can't say, because I never got any other phone than what I had.
Did you review the videos you pulled off of Ms. Neal's phone at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your knowledge, training experience, do you have any idea how such videos would come to be on Ms. Neal's phone?
Objection, speculation, and outside the scope of the witness's knowledge.
So the video is played from the Axiom Sync, Evidence Sync software. So the video is playing on that. The trail looks like that it was recorded with a phone and then sent by a phone, because the text message shows that. And I can't say who was operating the phone, but that it was sent via that way to her phone.
From whose phone?
From the number that's on the thing, which I don't even, 985-637-7509, which she had labeled Joey, but I'm not sure if that's his number or not. So I'm just going by what the report said from her phone.
In connection with the witness's testimony, I'd like to offer and introduce the extraction report PSO Randy Hidalgo did of Ms. Megan Neal's phone as Exhibit D3.
I don't have any objection, but perhaps it would be best to redact the telephone numbers for purposes of the exhibit, for privacy purposes, but that would be my only concern.
And my other concern is, do we need the phone numbers for identification of who sent what to whom? Can the parties stipulate what, that is Mr. Schwest's phone number, in which case we can then redact it from there? And stipulate both of the phone numbers that are pertinent and give it to us as a stipulation and redact it from the file?
We can stipulate that.
Okay. So, and that's your objection to the report outside of this?
Outside of that, I don't have any other objection to the report.
So admitted with the redaction that we agreed to.
We don't have any further questions.
Mr. Hidalgo, the applications you just discussed, can those be used on the phone? The applications that access Axon, can that be used on a cell phone?
Yes.
Do you know what those applications are called?
There's various different applications. You have Axon Capture, you have Axon, you can actually do the Axon XM sync, because you can actually pull things off your phone as well. But how they use it, I don't know. I know how to use the capture, and I know how to use, I can actually go see the evidence on my phone.
And where do you get these applications? Do you download them from like the App Store on
Yeah,
iPhone?
you download them through the App Store. The unique thing about these apps is it has the third party authentication, where you put the username and password in, then it's going to send you an authentication to your email, so you can authenticate those last numbers. It's an encryption thing that we hope, and that's hard to crack. So.
Do Do you know if there's any policies or procedures of the state police that prohibit officers from using these apps to access their body cam?
No, sir, I don't know the details of that policy and stuff, because that's not the realm that I'm in, so I'm familiar with things that we're supposed to do and stuff, but to be more specific, I can be specific with you.
Well, my question was a little broader. It was whether or not there is or is not a policy. Are you aware if there is or is not a policy?
On the usage of our cameras?
On the usage of the cameras?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you know if contained in that policy on the usage of the camera, does it say anything with respect to access on the iPhone through these apps?
I don't know as regarding iPhones and those apps. I know that there are access rules that we have in regards to the cameras and what you're supposed to be viewing, what you're not supposed to be viewing. I don't know if it specifically says on the apps when you can and can't, because I don't know about the apps. But I know there are policies in place that kind of restrict our viewing and what we're supposed to do.
Okay. But is it fair to say that you're unaware of any policy that says you can't access the Axon through these third-party apps on your phone?
It's not a third-party app. A third-party app would be an app outside of the company. So these are Axon applications. So yes, sir.
Fair enough. So let me rephrase my question. Is it fair to say that you're unaware of any policy that prohibits the access of the body cams through the Axon app on the cell phone?
So the policy would still be the same, no matter where you access it from. I guess that's where you kind of get. The policy would be the same no matter where you're accessing it from.
Fair enough.
Yes, sir.
Now, I heard you say, and wrote it down so I got it right, was that you were told we need this and this with respect to the video and text. What were you talking about there?
Oh, I'm sorry. To make it clear, when I showed them the forensic download, it showed videos, and you could see videos that had the blue border of the evidence sync screen, which is a body camera video. And they specifically saw that, which it's easy to identify. And so these are the videos in question that we want to have for part of our report. And that's what I would allow and gave them.
So were you given any specific directive as to what you were looking for?
They were sitting there with me, Michael, and then he was sitting there with me. These are the definite videos. There's no other videos there besides those that have the body camera.
So you were, and by Michael, you're referring to Mr. Talley?
Yes.
Okay, so you conducted this forensic exam with Mr. Talley, and Mr. Talley told you what videos to extract?
He told me the ones with the blue screen that were recording the body camera.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
The videos that you pulled off of Miss Neal's phone, when you viewed them, what did they appear to be of to you?
Well, I'm going to object to the extent that it goes, we've already stipulated as to what the videos are and what the videos are subject to. The contents and what they provide nullify our stipulation. I mean, they go into issues, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Girard, that we've already agreed that are not an issue in this case.
I'll clarify my question. I wasn't asking for the content of the videos. Did it appear to you that the videos were taken from an app on a cell phone?
The videos were not taken directly from the software. If that's the question. It was not taken from the software. It was taken by something other than what was playing the video. So some other device recorded it, not the device that was playing it. Because the movement of the screen, the video, and the movement of the recording of the video, and you can see the screen. I ended up having to kind of freeze it so you could see it better. It was being recorded from something else.
So, in your opinion, from seeing the videos, what were the videos being played on?
It appears it was being played on a computer.
Okay. And if a trooper was to view a body-worn camera via one of these apps on his cell phone, do you know if that is what it would look like? What that video would look like? Would it look like a computer screen is playing the video?
So, the basis on a phone versus a computer screen, if you look at a video, if it was being played on, if something's being played on a phone, the image size would be a lot smaller. The screen is a lot bigger, and you can kind of see in parts of it where you can see the bottom part where the edge meets on the laptop. So on one of the videos it did that. So you can play it on any device. I do not believe this was played. The videos that were recorded were played on a phone. It doesn't appear to be. It appears to have been played from a computer.
I don't have any other questions.
Commissioners? Okay.
Commissioner
Mr. Crawford?
Mr. Hidalgo?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So am I to understand that the videos that ended up on Mrs. Neal's phone were recorded from another phone off of a computer image? So somebody, I'm just trying to understand here, so somebody's sitting at a computer, laptop, and they are recording the body camera video that is uploaded onto the laptop. They're shooting it with their iPhone.
Yes, sir.
And then is your testimony that iPhone, then, was that Miss Neal's iPhone? And was it somebody else's iPhone and transferred to Miss Neal's iPhone via a text message or email or some type of?
So in exhibit the document I provided, it shows that video was recorded. I can't say what device recorded it, but it was sent. The video recording was sent from the phone number, which was Jason's name, to her, to Megan. I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's your testimony that the video was uploaded, it was an original body camera video uploaded to what you're testifying to. It looks like a laptop screen.
Yes, sir.
Then it was recorded on the defendant's phone.
So,
I'm sorry.
sorry, I can't.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to figure this
Right,
out.
so the video was sent from his phone to her phone.
Okay.
That kind of makes sense. I can't tell
I got it.
what recorded it, because there was no metadata there, but you can see the message going from him to her.
Right.
And that video.
Did you happen to notice if the laptop, as you described it, was it a Louisiana State Police laptop? Or was there any way to identify it, I guess, in what you saw as being Louisiana State Police property?
Honestly,
Or any surroundings that would identify a work environment that would be state police work environment?
honestly, I didn't really look at that.
Okay.
I'm honest, I'm so sorry. Yes, sir.
Fair enough. That's all I had, Chairman.
Commissioner Ricky.
Yeah, so Hidalgo,
Yes, sir.
a couple of questions. Mr. Crawford just asked you about if you could tell if it was a LSP laptop computer. I guess my question is this: with this software and with the apps, my assumption is I can't just go to the App Store, me, and go download one of these apps.
The app is available in the App Store, but you have to have permissions to get into the app.
Okay, that was kind of where I was going with
Right,
that. So in
you
other
can
words, a
download
lay
any
person
app,
can't
yes.
just go to the App Store, get an app, and then start looking at body cam.
No, sir.
Okay. With that being said, can somebody that does have access, say a trooper that has the rights to go in and view the body cams, can they do that on any device? Can they do it on a computer? Can they do it on their home computer? Can they do it on the computer in their whatever?
You can do it in any device. The thing, the unique setting that Axon has is permissions.
Mm-hmm.
So each one of us are in permissions, and as I said earlier, I'm an administrator, which gives me the permissions to look at all of them. Whereas when you kind of break it down kind of a hierarchy, as you move further down the hierarchy, the troops can only look at the troops, each different troops, and therefore kind of limited. So that's how that's kind of set up, so that everybody's not looking at other people's body cams. And then there's also the audit trail. So,
That was my final question. So it's pretty obvious who's logged in, what they've looked at, when they logged out, and those times, that's all very well documented, I guess.
yes, sir, it's part of the whole log file system inside Axon. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Knapp?
With regard to the access into the body cam software,
Yes, sir.
you said that is labeled. Did you bring, is that part of the evidence that's been submitted here as to who went into the body cam for that specific instances that ended up on the Ms. Neal's phone?
That I don't know. All I extracted was the video from the phone and the messages. That's part of the report. I was never asked that portion of it. So, and there are other administrators that can do it as well. So.
Anybody else?
Yeah, so if I'm understanding you correctly, you were never asked to look to see who had logged into the particular video to be in a position to have recorded it originally.
That's correct.
If a person were to log in from their cell phone, they had the app and they logged into their cell phone, and they had appropriate permissions, could they download the video or upload the video into their phone?
You can, but remember, your cell phone is it's almost like a computer nowadays. It has that technology built into it, and depending on the size of the video and the amount of storage you have on the phone, and with today's phones, you would be able to. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
I have some follow-up questions.
Okay.
Is it related to the questions asked by the commission?
Yes. So when a trooper uploads a body-worn camera video into evidence.com, can just anyone see those videos?
Depends on what the restrictions are and how they have it set up, the permissions.
So typically, can just any other trooper pull up any other trooper's body camera videos?
So, what was the date of this?
2018, 2019? No, it was 2019, I'm sorry.
When we first got the body cameras, we didn't really realize the permissions and how you could break it down and kind of keep it to the individual sections and stuff. And it was open to everybody. And we realized that probably wasn't the best bet, especially on different things that were going on. So we decided that it would be better to just, the supervisor be able to see the videos of his people. It kind of gave us a more of a detailed audit record in the chain, even though you know who's getting into it. So I'm not sure what date they changed it, but they changed who can view what areas and stuff like that. They broke it down.
So you said there's an audit log for who views videos. If a body camera video is recorded using a cell phone, like you said that these videos appear to be, would that show up on the audit log?
If that video was played on any device, it's going to show up that it was played. For example, when I go into evidence.com, it's a lot of times on the back end, and I'll click on the video will come up, and once that video comes up, it's showing that audit that I went into it. And every time I go into it, there's a notes section. I go into the notes section, I put down why I'm there, what was the request and stuff like that in the actual system. Because it tracks all the different details for it.
But with respect to these videos where a cell phone recorded a body-worn camera that was playing on a laptop, if you watched the video on the cell phone, would that show up on the audit log? Not playing, I don't mean playing.
It's the software. It has to be played in the software. The video has to be played in software for the audit log. I think I understand what you're saying. If you record it, it doesn't matter what you recorded with. We're not going to know that you recorded the video, but we're going to know you played the video in the system. And if you export the video out of the system, it's gonna show that you exported it, then you can play it as many times as you want, but it's out of the system. These videos were played in the evidence sync system, and they were recorded from another device, so.
So when they were sent to Miss Neal's phone, if Miss Neal played them, that would not show up in our line?
That's correct, it would not show up in our law, because it's not on the actual software that resides in.
Okay, and do you know why a trooper would need to use these apps to export a body camera video onto his cell phone?
Objection, speculation outside the scope of his position as a trooper, or his position with Louisiana State Trooper Association. LSP. 0 for 3.
And I can't say in this particular instance. I mean, it would be, you would want to review your videos in order to document reports, especially in different types of things. So yeah, I would say, I would recommend you review your videos and look out to kind of go over to make sure your report's right, make sure the details are right and stuff like that. And it's good for your supervisors to review it. You know, just to make sure that there's some accountability all through the system. That's what it's there for. So.
But what I meant was, as far as, I believe Commissioner Simeon asked you if they could export the video using the app onto their cell phone, into their videos on their phone.
Objection, ask and answer.
I think he misunderstood my question.
Just for clarification, overruled.
I did say you can download the videos from the system, but it's going to show the download. Yeah, it would reside on your phone. It would reside on your computer.
Why would a trooper need to do that?
That objection, ask and answer.
I'm not sure he understood so a lot.
So in some cases you would do that because we've downloaded them before. So if someone's doing an investigation, I would download the video out of the system, give it to them on a thumb drive to attach it to the case report. In some cases where you're providing evidence to the district attorney's office that doesn't have evidence.com, you would download the video and provide it to the parish. So, yeah, there are circumstances that you would download the video outside of the system. It's going to show the audit of it coming out of the system and who requested it to exit the system and download it.
And in this instance, the videos were sent from Mr. Schless's personal cell phone. Why would he need to do you know why a trooper would need to put that on his personal cell phone?
That I don't, I mean, I can't answer for him, I really can't.
Okay. What is the purpose of the audit logs that evidence.com creates?
It's accountability. I mean, that's the best thing for it, is accountability. This is evidence. This is stuff that we're going to use in court in many cases, and we want to make sure that it's documented. And I think that's the whole purpose and reasoning of it. And then the third-party authentication of the whole software is part of making the system work. So.
And the videos that you saw that were sent to Ms. Neal's cell phone, were those videos, were they circumventing the audit law?
I think we might be getting a
Yeah,
little bit beyond the scope of the questions that were asked by the
Commissioner.
commissioners.
Okay, well,
I don't have any follow-up.
We have
Wait, we have another?
I just have one
follow-up.
follow-up.
Yes, sir.
Based on what you just said. So, if anyone accesses the system that has authority, that's authorized to do that, you're telling me that they can download any of those body cameras to another device. They can download it to the PC that they're viewing it on. They can transfer it to a thumb drive. That thumb drive can take it to a personal device at home. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And there's restrictions on not the download capability, but there's restrictions on the people that are in the system. So it's just not anybody can do it.
I got it. Okay. But it can be done, is what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so talking and speaking to the particular videos specifically that you view, that you say it appears that they were shot looking at a laptop from a iPhone, is there any way, or there's no way to tell whether that uploaded video that they're recording is actually was actually uploaded at that time from the system, or it was a copy that was downloaded to that PC or laptop, and they're just reviewing it at another time and not accessing the system. And what I'm going to is the fact that if that's the case, then the logs are, you know, you can see an original log when they logged in, but if they downloaded it, they can pull it up anytime. So we don't know if it's an actual login time and pull up that we're viewing, unless it's got some type of encrypted signature on it that you're actually looking at a currently uploaded from the system, or you're looking at a downloaded file that's been placed into the laptop, is what I'm saying. There's no way to tell.
So, if I download a video out of Axon and bring it to my computer, it's going to come up as an AVI, a video file, in its own container. When I open it, it's not going to open in Axon. It's going to open in whatever your media player is,
right? DLC
or whatever. Those videos were played in Evidence Sync, which is part of the Axon.
And that's the question that I had.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any way to figure out when the video was playing? Any of those videos?
I'm not sure. I didn't really, that wasn't asked of me. And I didn't really see if I could try to clean it up enough to see, because it's kind of blurry, the videos are, to see what the information is on the metadata. I would say I don't know.
It's possible, but you weren't asked to do it and you didn't do it.
Yes, sir.
Is this witness free to go?
Yes, for me.
Yep. Ms. Rutherford?
He's free.
Okay, you're free to go.
Thank y'all so much.
34.
Call your next witness.
We're going to call Senior Trooper Michael Talley.
Michael Kelly?
Talley.
Miss, I'm sorry, I missed your name.
Jericho Remende. Jericho Remende.
Remender.
Yes.
Just try to speak up a little bit more, Ms. Remender.
Yes, sir.
Want to remind you that you're under oath.
Please state your name and employer for the record.
Michael Talley, work for Louisiana State Police.
What is your current job title?
I am an investigator with Internal Affairs.
What are some of your duties in that position?
Day-to-day duties is if we have promotional summaries, or there's promotions, we create the summary for each individual applicant for that job, so that the people that are going to hire them will look at them. It's basically a quick reference of their career at the state police. We do that. We get personal requests of troopers, of their discipline from attorneys. We process that and send them to the legal section. But most of the time, what it is we're to investigate possible violations of policies by troopers.
And how long have you been in that position?
A little less than 2 years.
Did you conduct an administrative investigation into Mr. Joey Schwest?
Yes, ma'am.
What prompted that investigation?
There was a complaint affidavit that we received from Miss Megan Neal.
I'm going to ask you to speak up if you can because of the mask.
And how did you get that complaint?
Via the mail. Miss Neal sent that to us. And once we got that complaint affidavit, we looked at it and saw that there's possible violations there.
During your investigation, did you request a search of Mr. Schwest's Ellet's activity?
Yes, ma'am.
Who specifically did you search for?
From Miss Megan Neal.
Did you, what did you request the search of? Just was it
Her
Miss-
name, and her license plate.
And why did you request that search? What prompted you to request that search?
Hold on for a second. Just had a total blank.
Did you receive information from the criminal investigator
Yes.
at the beginning of your investigation?
That's what happened to the investigation. We saw that the allegations were possible criminal, so that's what we started the administrative investigation, but we stopped that investigation in lieu of the criminal investigation. Once that was completed, we got the information from Investigator Fournette related to that investigation. In that investigation, there were information that showed that he had used, ran Miss Neal's history, name and license plate through the LES system, through his MPT.
So who ran the Let's activity search for you?
Miss Shelley Scott.
And what did you discover when you got the results of that search?
Discovered that he had, indeed, he did run, inquire about her license plate and her name and her criminal history.
And how many times did
That
you
was
notice that he did that?
6 times.
Did you interview Mr. Schwest during your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you did so, did you put Trooper Schwest or Mr. Schwest under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you give him any orders when you did so?
To tell the truth.
Did you ask him about searching Miss Neal's name and or license plate in LS?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he offer any explanation as to why he would have searched her name?
He stated he did search her name at the beginning of their relationship. He said that he did that because he thought her license plate was expired and he wanted to check it out.
Is that a valid law enforcement purpose?
No, ma'am, not at all.
As a trooper, are you familiar with how LS searches work?
Yes, ma'am.
And should all troopers be aware of the results you're gonna get whenever you search an LS?
Should all troopers what? Be aware?
Understand the search results you're gonna get whenever you search an LS.
Yes, ma'am, that's part of our job.
And what types of, what does a search in LS return to the trooper who runs it?
It depends on how you search it. You can, from what I understand, depending on CoLogic or Mobile Cop, you can get just the driver's license information, or you can also get the criminal history.
And did you find that by running Miss Neal's name and license plate in LS, Mr. Schwartz violated state police policy?
Objection, Foundation.
Overruled.
State again?
Did you find that by running Miss Neal's name and license plate, the 6 times that you found he ran her name or license plate in LS, that he violated state police policy by doing so?
Yes.
And what policy did you find that he violated?
That would be dissemination of information.
Is there any other policy that would be covered if a trooper runs a search in LS?
That could possibly be conformance to laws.
did you find that Mr. Schwartz violated that policy?
Yes, that's a misuse of criminal history and the Driver's Protection Act of that information. It's only supposed to be used and ran for law enforcement purposes.
During your investigation, did you find that Ms. Neal's plate had been run through the LPR system?
Objections, foundation.
Overruled.
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
By Trooper Schwess on admission to it, through the investigation and interviews.
And what did he tell you?
He told me that he had contacted Senior Trooper James or Trooper James, I'm not sure, I think it was Trooper James at the time, to run Miss Neal's license plate through the LPR.
Did Mr. Schwartz tell you the reason he requested Trooper James to run Ms. Neal's license plate?
He said that it was in general conversation with Miss Neal, and that he wanted to show her how the LPR system worked, how it worked.
And is that a valid law enforcement purpose?
No, ma'am.
Did you find that Mr. Schwartz's actions of asking Trooper James to run her license plate violated any LSP policies?
Also, again, dissemination of information, and the LPR policy that we have.
Did Mr. Schwartz tell you what he did with that information? With the information that Trooper James supplied him with?
The only thing that I can recall is that he said he had a conversation with Ms. Neal where he showed her how the LPR system works.
Did he tell you whether or not he showed Ms. Neal those results?
Did he?
He didn't.
No, he did not say that he showed her. He got the text message from James. He said he got the information from Trooper James, and they had a conversation and about the LPR system and how it worked.
Have you ever had a body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you tell us about the body camera system, how it works when a video is recorded and what is done with those videos?
The
You're
video.
talking about during the relevant period of time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and since from February 2019 to May of 2019, are you aware of how body-worn camera videos were uploaded and maintained?
There are different ways that you can do that. They come with a docking station that you can hook to the internet and send it to the cloud at your house if you want to. But at Troop A, how we do it is there's a docking station there, and when we come in, we put the body-worn camera in there, and it automatically charges it, and it uploads or downloads, however you want to say it, the camera system up to the cloud at that time. And then when it's completed, then it's finished.
And what is that system called that videos are uploaded to?
Evidence.com is what I recall it as.
So what are those videos considered?
Evidence. Axon is the company, but it's axonevidence.com.
Have you ever had a reason to view body-worn camera videos you recorded on your cell phone?
I've never recorded a video on my cell phone.
Have have you ever had a reason? Okay, I'm sorry. Do you know why a trooper would do so?
Objection, speculation.
I have no reasoning why, when you can access it through evidence.com and view it by yourself. I don't know why you would want to store it on a phone.
Does evidence.com create any kind of log?
Yes, it does have a log of every, it's an audit log. Every action that's taken to that video, how it was created, whether it was started by the double tapping the camera, or if it was activated by the lights in your car, that's tracked all the way up to who accesses it, why they access it, who downloads them. All this information is tracked through that audit log.
So if you were writing a report and you needed to view a video to help you write that report, how would you view that video?
Access it through evidence.com and view it. And it doesn't matter how many times you access it. You can access it any number of times. You just got to put a note in there that it was used while you accessed it to write a report or something like that.
So if you were on evidence.com viewing a video, and while you were viewing the video, you recorded the video on your cell phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Would the audit log capture that you were recording it on your cell phone?
No, ma'am, it would not. It would capture that you were viewing it, but it wouldn't capture that you were recording it.
Do we want troopers having body-worn camera videos on their cell phone?
Objection, speculation, and outside the scope.
Sustained.
Does policy allow you to make a copy of a body-worn camera video and put it on your cell phone?
Same objection plus foundation.
You can answer that.
No, ma'am, policy does not. That's evidence.
How do troopers log on to evidence.com?
I'm sorry?
How do troopers log on to evidence.com?
Each trooper has a password, their own password, to log on to it. And once you get in there, you have to go to your evidence, my evidence, and put your name in there, and it brings your evidence up because you're logged into your name. And it shows all the videos that you've downloaded, or uploaded, downloaded, however you want to say it, to the system.
During your investigation, did you receive an extraction report from TSO Hidalgo?
Phone, yes, ma'am.
Whose phone was that of?
That was the Miss Megan Neals.
And what did that report show?
It showed that Trooper Swest that Miss Neal had evidence.com videos on her cell phone.
Did it show how those videos got to Ms. Neal's cell phone?
It showed that they were sent from Senior Trooper Swest's phone to Miss Neal's phone.
And while you were interviewing Mr. Schwest and he was under oath, did you review these videos with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Schwest recognize these videos?
He did. Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever deny to you that they were videos from his body-worn camera?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Schwest explain to you how the video that was sent to Ms. Neal's phone on January 21st, 2019 came to be on his cell phone?
Originally, he stated that Miss Neal would, while he was asleep, she would access his phone by taking his finger while he was sleeping and open the phone in that sense, and she would send them to him herself.
But did he explain how it came to be on his cell phone in the first place?
He said that when he needed to write a report, that's how he would do it. If he wrote a report, he would video he would take a copy of the evidence.com video and review it that way, to write a report and make it accurate.
Did the extraction report show that any text messages were sent along with the video on January 21st, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what those text messages said?
One of the text messages accompanied it was OMG in long words. Okay, and that was from Ms. Neal. And
Was there a text message that accompanied the video when it was sent from Mr. Schwest's cell phone to Ms. Neal's cell phone?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning as it falls within the scope of the stipulation we had with respect to the video contents.
We stipulated to the videos, but not to the text messages that went along with the videos.
And he was disciplined for the videos, not with respect to whatever the text messages said.
Seeing as how I don't have really the written stipulation, I'm gonna let her ask the question, and we will still get the stipulation. We'll go and look at what the stipulation says.
That's fine, but I
I
understand.
mean, the parties had a deadline weeks ago to give me
Right.
stipulations, which they did not do, so this is where we are.
I understand, and I would just make note for the record, further objection, because that's not the reason why it was disciplined. And it's just gonna, under 403 balancing test, that's just gonna prejudice my client. With the contents of the text messages have nothing to do with the reason why he was terminated. But I just wanna make sure I have my objection on the record.
Okay, overruled.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
That went along with that video?
Yes.
Did Senior Trooper Swift text anything?
Was there a text message sent from Senior Trooper Schwest's phone to Ms. Neal's phone, along with the video?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't have that in here. I just have what followed that.
Can I get a clarification as to what he's referencing in terms of what in here for the witness?
The document, you wanna know what the document is?
Right.
It's my report.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I don't think that was.
The report has not been entered into evidence yet.
Right.
Right.
Are you able to, or can you review your report and are you sure that there was no text message sent along with that video on January 21st, 2019?
I'm going to object to the leading nature of that question on direct.
Sustained.
According to your report and the extraction report you received from TSO Hidalgo, was there a text message sent along with the video that was sent from Mr. Schwest's phone to Ms. Neal's phone on January 21st, 2019?
Same objection.
Overruled.
I would have to look at that download log, but right now, I do not see that in my report, that there was a text message sent with that video. Now, there were text messages sent between Ms. Neal and Trooper Schwest, very close proximity to it, in seconds.
that report has already been introduced in the evidence, so I mean, let's not spend a whole lot of time rehashing what's already in the report.
Yes, sir. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Can you identify the document I just placed in front of you?
It is an extraction report, an Apple iPhone extraction report.
Is that the report you received from
Yes, ma'am.
TSO Hidalgo?
Yes, ma'am. It appears to be. Yes, ma'am.
So after reviewing that report, are you able to recall?
Well, as I see here, like I said earlier, you know, seconds afterwards, I don't see where he, oh, here it is, LMAO. I'm sorry, I just saw that. By the extraction, it says LMAO, and it's sent with the video.
And once again, we have the report in evidence. It hasn't been objected to. We can look at the report. We don't need to spend business time going over what's undisputedly in the report.
When you interviewed Mr. Schwest, did he explain how the video that was sent from his phone on February 1st, 2019 got on his cell phone in the first place?
Objection asked and answered.
I think it's under
This is the second video.
overruled.
Okay.
Did you,
Did he give an explanation of why that video was on his cell phone?
no, he stated that he didn't send it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Did Mr. Schwest tell you why the video was on his personal cell phone, on his cell phone? Okay, and did he explain to you how the video came to be on Ms. Neal's phone?
No, ma'am. I asked him if he sent Ms. Neal the video, and he said, no, I didn't.
Did you ask Mr. Schwest how the video that was sent from his phone on February 2nd, 2019 came to be on his cell phone? On his cell phone?
The only thing I can remember is that Senior Trooper Swest, he couldn't recall sending any videos to Ms. Neal.
Okay, so for the video that was sent on February 12th, 2019, did he give you an explanation of how that one came to be on Ms. Neal's cell phone?
I'm sorry.
Wait, I mean, he just said he couldn't recall how sending any videos from her phone, so I don't think you have to go back through each one. Again, he's already answered it.
said Mr. Schwest's initial contention to you,
was that he never sent any videos to Ms. Neal.
did he offer any explanation of how he thinks they may have gotten onto Ms. Neal's cell phone? Any of them?
When he was sleeping, she would access his phone with his finger. That's how.
And did you find that to be credible?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
We looked at when the videos were downloaded or uploaded and when the videos were sent, and showed that, that by his timesheets, we accessed those and saw that he was definitely on duty while he was, when those videos were sent to her phone. So if he was, what I'm saying is, if he was asleep, he would be asleep on duty at his job.
So, did you find that he was on duty for when all of the videos were sent?
Not for all videos, no.
Do you know which particular videos?
Yeah, there were two of them. The one from February 1st. That he specifically says, don't show anyone this video. And also on February the 2nd.
So you said you got a copy of his timesheet? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
And
ma'am.
who did you get a copy of his timesheet from?
From Mr. Troop Seat, from Jody Blanchard at Troop Seat. That's who I have the email from.
Yes.
I just placed a document in front of you, and you identify that document for us?
That's a state police timesheet, Troop C, for Joey Hayes West.
Is that the timesheet that you got from Mr. Schwest's supervisor?
Appears to be, yes.
What is the date range for this timesheet?
January 28th, 2019 to February 10th, 2019.
And what hours does it show that Mr. Schwest was working on February 1st, 2019?
6 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. The day shift. We work 12 hours.
And did you find that the video that was sent that day was sent during that time period?
Yes, ma'am. It was sent that to Ms. Neal's phone at 4:33 p.m.
What time does the timesheet show Mr. Schwest worked on February 2nd?
February 2nd at 6 o'clock a.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. on the 2nd.
And did you find that the video that was sent on the 2nd was sent during that time period?
Yes, ma'am. It was sent at 1:38 p.m. within that time frame.
In connection with the witness's testimony, I'd like to offer and introduce the timesheet of Joey Schwest for pay period from 1/28/19 to 2/10/2019 as D4.
Okay.
Admitted.
Did you find that Mr. Schwest's actions of sending these videos from Ms. Neal's cell phone, from his cell phone to Ms. Neal's cell phone violated any state police policies?
Yes, ma'am.
And what policies were that?
It's also dissemination of information. And also body-worn camera.
Did you find that Mr. Schwest's statement that Ms. Neal must have used his fingerprint to send the videos to herself to have violated any state police policy.
Yes, due to the evidence that we obtained, those were false statements.
And how are troopers made aware of state police policy?
We have a system that we have to sign off on policy. Every trooper does have to sign off on policy. It's an electronic, can't think of the name of it right now.
That's fine, but there's a system.
Yes, there is a system that every trooper has to sign off, electronically sign off on the policy.
We don't have any further questions.
Conrad?
Mr. Talley, did you make a recommendation over to anyone in terms of the discipline for Mr. Swest?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
I mean, no, sir, no.
fair enough. So what did you do with your findings?
Created the report, and then I presented that to the command staff.
In this report, do you make a recommendation as to what should happen to Mr. Swest?
Not at all.
So do you know who made the decision to terminate my client?
I would assume that that would be our commander.
Okay, but you don't have any independent knowledge?
No.
Okay. Now, in the IA meeting, you gave us some testimony, and I want to make sure I got it right, was that Mr. Swest told you that Ms. Neal had used his finger to unlock the phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but he actually told you that she could have done that, correct?
Okay.
Okay. Well, you see that two different things. You would agree with me, correct? And perhaps I can rephrase my question. Mr. Swest didn't actually tell you that Megan used his finger to send the video for the February 1, the February 2nd, the January video, March or May video.
He said that she has done that before.
Okay, but he didn't say she did that with respect to those videos I just asked you about, correct?
Correct.
So he did not lie to you in that regard, is that correct?
If you look at that in the play of words, yes, that's correct.
Well, it's not a play on words, Mr. Talley. I'm asking you what Mr. Swest told you. Because you realize that that is a basis for Mr. Swest's termination. And your testimony was that Mr. Swest told you that the videos were sent because she used his fingerprint. And that's not accurate. Is that correct? And Mr. Talley, I'm asking you based off your recollection, not based off of your report.
He never specifically said that she accessed his phone with his finger to send him those 4 videos. He never said that.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Swest indeed admitted to certain videos. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so that wouldn't be an instance where he lied, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall Mr. Swest telling you that he doesn't remember sending certain videos, but if you show him that he did, then he won't deny it, or something to that effect?
Something to that effect.
Okay, so that's not him lying as well, correct?
Well, I say it's not necessarily being truthful either. And ordered him to be truthful.
Okay, so how do you know whether or not Mr. Swest knew or did not know, or excuse me, recalled or did not recall at the time you asked him in the IA interview?
I do not.
Okay. Because you would agree with me, the basis of this accusation that Mr. Swest lied to you is contingent upon whether or not the phrase, "I don't recall" or "I don't remember" is lying to you.
Well, on one of the videos, he did specifically say, and I asked him about it specifically, did he send those videos to Miss, and he said, no, I didn't.
And which one is that?
And that is the February 1st video.
Okay. And do you recall him also...
And that is a false statement.
Okay. And do you also recall that throughout that conversation, he used the phrase, "I don't recall sending the videos" in general?
Okay, but that still doesn't, what he referenced there by saying that he did not send that one video, that is a false statement in itself.
Do you remember asking him, and let me rephrase my question. You weren't the only person in the IA interview, correct?
Correct.
Okay, who else was in the meeting? Do you recall?
Trooper Cody.
Okay. And did you ask the questions, or did Trooper Ducote ask?
I do not recall that. I do not recall.
So do you recall specifically asking him whether or not he sent the February, and correct me if I'm wrong, February 2nd, 2019 video?
I don't recall who asked. But Senior Trooper Swest did state, and it's in my report, maybe I shouldn't have did it, but I did. I have no excuse.
Do you recall taking handwritten notes during this investigation?
Possibly a few.
What did you do with those? You trashed them?
I trashed them.
Okay. At what point in time?
I'm not sure. I can't recall that. That was shortly after I completed my report.
When you wrote the report, what did you rely on to write the report?
The interview and the evidence that I had.
Okay. When you use the phrase interview, what do you mean by that? You mean based off of your recollection?
No, we recorded the interview with Senior Trooper Swest.
So did you go back and listen to the audio recording to write the report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When did you write the report?
It would be before December 18th. It was after, in between the interview and December 18th.
Do you recall when the interview took place?
Do I recall? Yeah, I have it in my report.
Okay.
October 14th, 2019.
Okay. So 2 months after you conducted the IA investigation, you wrote the report, correct?
Correct.
Approximately.
Correct.
Did you do anything else in connection with this IA report during that period of time?
As pertaining to what? How? What do you?
Did you conduct any more interviews? Did you pull any research? Did you take any look at any evidence? What did you do?
That's. I don't believe so. I'm not really sure if I did that.
So is there a reason why you wrote the report 2 months after you interviewed Mr. Swest?
Well, that is during the COVID stuff, and
in 2019?
yeah, we did get a. We asked Senior Trooper Swest if we could have an extension.
So tell me again why you waited 2 months from the date of the interview to write the report.
I did not wait 2 months. I was writing the report the whole time.
Okay. So I want to primarily focus on the section of the report with respect to Mr. Swest making false allegations. Okay. When did you write that portion of the report?
I do not recall. It would be sometime in that time frame after the interview.
Would it have been closer to December, closer to October? Do you remember?
Just said
I
he
don't
doesn't recall.
see any bearing on that, yeah, I don't recall.
Okay. When you wrote the section with respect to Mr. Swest providing false statements, what is the period of time in terms of when you listened to the audio recording and you began that portion of your report?
I would be guessing, I don't know.
Okay. And when did you trash your handwritten notes?
I don't know.
Did you use the handwritten notes in connection with writing the report?
I don't believe I did.
Do you remember taking notes with respect to whether or not Mr. Swest admitted or denied sending the body cam and or videos?
I could have, possibly, but I don't recall in the video, in the interview, what I wrote down.
And because they're trash, we don't know what you said in them, right? We don't remember, we don't have what you wrote down, correct?
Okay, yeah, sure.
So it's a possibility that your notes reflect that Mr. Swest didn't lie to you, and that he told you that he did not remember or did not recall whether or not he sent the videos and or body cam video. Is that correct?
What I wrote down in the interview had no bearing, basically because I listened to the audio recording of the interview and utilized that.
But we have no way of verifying it, correct?
Verifying what?
What you just said.
That I used the audio.
That your account of the audio is correct.
We do. The audio recording of the interview, we have it on documentation. It's in evidence.
Now, would you classify Mr. Swest, and this is going to be my phrase, in the interview as he was forthcoming? Would you agree with me?
That would be an interpretation on my part. From the start, I don't think so.
Did that change at any point in time? Did your opinion as to Mr. Swest's attitude during the investigation change?
No.
Okay. So it's it's your testimony that no, he was not forthcoming throughout the investigation.
I don't believe he was.
Okay. Do you recall him telling you that if you show me a picture or a video or something to that effect, that I did it, I did it?
Yes, he said that. I did it, I'm wrong.
And he also told you that he didn't have any excuses, correct? For what he did wrong.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to your review of the LLETS activity, you use the phrase colic and you use the phrase MDT. Can you distinguish those for us?
Colic?
Yeah, Kologik. I could be mispronouncing it.
Cologic.
Okay, can you tell us the difference?
It's just a different system that we use to search for driver's license when we're on the road and personnel names.
Okay. Now, you told me you saw that on 6 different occasions, Mr. Swest had ran Mrs. Neal's information. On which system did he do that on?
I can't tell the difference. I mean, decipher what it is. All it is that it shows the information there.
Okay, so, and I'm not trying to trick you, I am myself a little confused, as we've got the LET system, and then we've also got reference to the MDT and the colic. So is the colic and the MDT the same thing? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you go on the system to go look up somebody's information, it contains their name, date of birth, address, and social security number, like you already testified, correct?
Well, it depends on how you search. If you put their name and date of birth in there, it'll bring up their driver's license information. You can also search for the criminal history in that sense.
So, is it fair to say that to go search for the criminal history is an extra step?
Yes.
Okay. So you have to search something else to get to the criminal history of, for instance, Ms. Neal?
No, on CoLogic, if I recall correctly, I'm not the expert, but when you pull it up, there it gives you an access to. You have to click on it to access their criminal history.
Okay, so it's kind of like a link, almost.
Almost.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Swess did that?
I don't know if Mr. Swess did that, but I know the LES report showed that it was done.
The LES report, according to you, shows that Mr. Swess had gone into the criminal history portion of the of her.
That's how I interpreted it. The LES report.
Okay, but does the LES report actually distinguish between whether or not someone accesses just the general information or goes a step further and accesses the criminal history section?
I'm not an expert on the LES system.
You'd be fair to say you don't know.
Okay.
So do you have any evidence sitting here today that demonstrates that Mr. Swess had accessed the criminal history portion of the LES system for Ms. Neal?
The LES report that I had received printed out had that information in that report.
What do you mean by that?
It showed that it had her driver's license information, and also underneath that it had her criminal history. It showed that.
Is it your understanding that when you generate a LES report on somebody, it produces all information, including criminal history?
I would assume that it would give everything that the person ran, that they accessed. I mean, that's an assumption. Like I said, I'm not an expert on it.
Now, Mr. Swess in the IA interview told you that he did not send the LPR information to Mrs. Neal, correct?
Correct. He did not send that LPR information to Ms. Neal. They had a conversation about it.
Now, do you know, you use the phrase valid law enforcement function. Do you know what that means?
In the scope of the job of our duties.
Where did you get that information from?
From our policy and procedure.
So is there a definition of law enforcement function in your policies and procedures?
I would say yes.
When's the last time you checked out your policy book?
Recently.
Okay. When's the last time you read the definition of law enforcement function?
It's been a while. I cannot recall when the last time I read it.
Do you know if it's ever changed?
No, I did not.
Now, you told us that Mr. Swest requested that another trooper access Ms. Neal's information into LPR. Are you aware of Mr. Swest having LPR access?
No, sir.
Meaning he did not?
I'm not aware if he does or not.
Fair enough. Do you know if Trooper Swest in any way coerced the other trooper to access the LPR information?
As far as I know in the interviews, Trooper Swift just asked him to do it, and he didn't give any explanations to the trooper why.
Do you know if the other trooper asked the reason why he needed to run this LPR information for Miss Neal?
You're gonna have to talk to him about that. I don't believe he did. Not Trooper James about that, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know their conversation.
Did you ask?
Trooper Swift said that he did not have any knowledge of why he was asking him, and I took that.
Trooper Swest or Trooper James?
No,
Let me make sure I'm...
Trooper Swift said that Trooper James, in the interview, he said that he had no knowledge of why he was requesting the LPR information.
Okay. You know if Trooper Swest was disciplined?
He has been prior.
I'm sorry, in connection with this LPR access for Miss Neal.
You asked if Trooper West.
I'm sorry. Trooper James. I apologize. Trooper James.
If what? Ask again?
Was Trooper James disciplined in connection with him accessing the LPR system for Miss Neal?
I do not know, not to my knowledge.
And so it's fair to say that Trooper Swest did not threaten or coerce Mr. James into providing him this information.
Sir, I wasn't privy to their conversation over the phone or through a text message or whatever, so I do not know.
Did you ever ask did you ever interview Trooper James?
No, sir.
I think that's all I have.
Can you clarify for us, what is an MDT?
Mobile data terminal.
And what is that?
That's our computer that we work on, the laptop that we have in our units.
Okay, and what is Collage?
Collage is the, software that we utilize to run to access gun information if we want to search for a gun, personal information, vehicle information, license plates, that kind of thing. Also, we have the Collage is where we do our crash reports and incident reports through.
So an MDT is a computer,
Yes, ma'am.
and what you said is Collage is a program.
It is. Yes, ma'am. That's how I understand it.
Okay. How long have you been a trooper?
13 years.
And is there a certain amount of trust between troopers?
Very much. Should be, yes, without a doubt. My brothers and sisters.
So if a trooper asked you to do something in connection, if a trooper asked you to, do something, would you assume that the trooper is asking for a valid reason?
I would assume that.
Did Mr. Schwest offer any other explanation to you as to how the videos would have gotten from his phone to Ms. Neal's phone?
Not that I can recall.
your opinion that his explanation was that Ms. Neal wants to step into herself?
That was my understanding of it. Initially in the interview, that's what Trooper Swiss indicated.
Did Mr. Schwartz ever contact you at a later date to say whether or not he sent the videos?
To say whether or not he sent the videos? No.
And as you testified earlier, you found that with 2 of the videos, they were sent from his phone to Ms. Neal's phone while he was on duty.
Correct. Evidence showed that.
Okay, and can you think of any other way that they would have gotten on her phone at that time?
Objection, speculation.
I cannot think of any other way. The evidence showed unless someone grabbed his phone from him and actually sent him while they were on duty together, another trooper got it and sent it to her. That would be the only thing, because it came from his phone.
And did Mr. Schwest ever admit to you that he sent those particular 2 videos?
Objection, what videos?
The video that was sent on February 1st and the video that was sent on February 2nd of 2019.
He didn't ever admit on the one on February 1st and on the 19th.
February 2nd.
You mean February 2nd? He did make the statement that maybe I shouldn't have, but I did, which indicates that he did.
So he admitted to you that he sent the video on February 2nd?
And he had no excuse, yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Commissioners?
I have a few questions for you. You made mention of a person by the name of Shelley Scott.
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
She is part of our technical support. That's who ran the Let's report for us, sir.
Now, the 2 videos that were sent, while the timesheets show that Trooper Schwest was on duty, you don't have any evidence to indicate that he was in possession of his cell phone at that time.
Correct. Except that the text messages that accompanied the videos shortly thereafter between, no, sir, it just shows that text messages were sent from his phone. I don't know if his hands were on that phone at that time or not. Yes,
That's the question.
You're right.
You
Yes,
have
sir.
no evidence to establish one way or the other whether it was his hands who did that.
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, as I understand from your testimony and from the testimony earlier, there's a way to look at the logs to show when someone accesses those body cam videos.
Yes, sir. The audit.
The audit.
Yes, sir. Audit trail.
Did you ever ask that the audit trail for those videos be reviewed to say who it is that accessed those videos?
No, sir.
Is there a particular reason why I didn't ask for that?
Those videos were of Trooper Swiss, and from my knowledge of the system, there are only certain people that can access that, and Trooper Swiss would be the only one. I can't access another trooper's videos.
And I'm not making any accusations, but there are troopers above Trooper Swiss that can
That's
access
correct.
his
That's correct.
videos, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right. So he's not the only one that could have accessed it.
Correct.
Now, earlier you asked whether or not there was a policy that authorized a trooper to make a recording of the video on his cell phone, and I think you said there's no policy that authorizes a trooper to do that, correct?
That's correct. You cannot make a copy of that.
Well, I have a little bit different question for you. Is there a policy that prohibits a trooper from making a copy on his cell phone?
It says you cannot make a copy of it.
Which policy says that?
That would be the procedural order 1117, body worn camera and in-car camera systems. Under 3F, that'd be on page 12 of my report.
Could you read it to me?
All data, images, videos, and metadata captured, recorded, or otherwise produced by the body worn camera and in-car camera systems are the sole property of the department and may be viewed, released, or produced only in accordance with applicable laws and policy. And it goes on to say, G, it is not the policy of this department to require officers to cease record. Okay. So that part right there, F.
I haven't heard it yet. What else prohibits the recording of it?
It may be viewed or released or reproduced.
It says it cannot be reproduced?
That's what it says.
Okay.
May be viewed, released, or reproduced only in accordance with applicable laws and policy.
Okay, but what applicable law is it that prohibits it from being reproduced on the cell phone? And I'll tell you, some earlier testimony was that other people were reproducing it for their view.
Other people were reproducing, say again?
Some earlier testimony relative to what other people were doing relative to those body cams and reproducing it on their own devices for them to view later.
Okay. I have no knowledge of that.
Okay, you have no knowledge of that, but I'm asking you what you tell me you have knowledge of, and tell me what regulation, rule, or law prohibits the reproduction. Because you said it says it can only be reproduced unless prohibited by some policy.
Right.
You haven't given me what prohibits it yet.
It would be the dissemination of information. In this case, that's what it was. Because he shared it, he disseminated it.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, is there a policy that prohibits him from recording it on his cell phone?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, thank you, sir.
Well, it does say reproduced. So you can't reproduce it.
Well, read the provision again for me. I think it says more than just you can't reproduce it.
In accordance with, yes, there's something followed. Only in accordance with applicable laws and policy. Well, this policy states that it shouldn't be reproduced.
Well, it states that it can only be reproduced in accordance with applicable law and policy.
Okay. All right.
It's a little bit, I mean, would you agree with, there's a little bit of difference between
that and saying you can't reproduce.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. Commissioner Powell.
Officer Talley, during your testimony, you mentioned that Officer Schwest said he recorded the video with the iPhone because that helped him write his reports or something to that effect. He was gonna reference it when he wrote his reports later on.
Yes, sir.
Was there any questioning or comments as to the effect that if the video is available at any time on any device, as long as you have the proper credentials, that you can authenticate getting in the software, they can pull it up from their iPhone, home computers, desktops, work, is that correct?
Correct.
So was there any conversation as to why he would, Officer Schwest, did he comment as to why he felt, or did you ask him, hey, you can pull this video up any time, on any device, anywhere?
He
So
stated-
what was the necessity to record it other than, or was it just simply to say, hey, I use it to finish my report?
That's how I took it, yes, sir.
Okay. And just to piggyback on the chairman's line of questioning, when we talk about reproduction, and I'm paraphrasing here, to the laws and policies of the department, something to that effect. That means you can't reproduce that document unless it is in accordance with using it toward something in the policies and procedures of the organization to benefit the organization. And I'm not saying benefit in the way of good, bad, but it has to be procedurally something that is in line with the mission of the organization. I think the intent of that language that you said was to say you can't reproduce this unless it benefits the organization in the current policy and structures that we have in place. You couldn't just reproduce it for any other reason, for a personal reason.
I would agree.
Is that how you
with
interpret
Yes,
it?
sir. That's
Okay.
how I interpret it, yes.
Okay, thank you. No other question.
Commissioner Neff?
One, am I correct that there were 6 different body cam videos that were on the phone of
Four.
Neil? Is that correct?
4, sir.
There were 4?
Yes, sir.
And were they the same videos, the same video reproduced 4 times, or was it 4 different videos?
4 different.
4 different videos. And you know 2 of them occurred when he was on duty,
Yes, sir.
from his phone.
Yes, sir.
Were the other 2 videos also from his phone?
It indicated, the report indicated, yes, sir.
And
They were.
was there a conversation around those videos or transmitted with the videos, the messages indicating that, they were from, the trooper?
It appeared to be with the accompanying text messages with those videos in that certain same time frame that he was conversing with Miss Neal and she was conversing back with him. Is that what you're getting at, sir?
Yes, that's what I was getting at. And, did any of the conversations deal with law enforcement matters?
No, sir.
Okay. All right,
I do have a brief piggyback.
Based on this?
Based on this. Mr. Talley, the commission had you read Order 1117, and it says that all data, images, video, and metadata captured, recorded, or otherwise produced by the BWC body camera and in-camera systems are the sole property of the department and may be viewed, released, or reproduced only in accordance with applicable laws and policies. With respect to 901, that says A commissioned officer may remove or copy official records or reports from a state police installation only in accordance with existing regulations and with proper authorization. A commissioned officer may only divulge, make known, or exhibit the contents of an official file to a duly authorized police officer or agency official as provided by law and on approval of the appropriate commander when summoned by a court of competent jurisdiction or subpoenaed ducis tecum served on the department or its administrators. So you would agree with me, would you not, that the physical act of taking the body camera and physically having it on the phone isn't necessarily a violation of the policy?
That's not what I said at all.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
I do have a follow-up based on what Commissioner's asked. How many videos did Mr. Schwentz say were on his phone because he was writing a report? How many of the 4 videos did he say that was the reason it was on his phone?
To my knowledge, it was just one. I don't know if he had more videos that he had downloaded for another report, but these 4 that we're referencing, he just said one.
So that wasn't his reason for having another two on the phone?
No.
No further questions.
Is this witness free to go? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay, you are free to go. Thank you. Call your next witness. Next witness, or did you want to introduce the stipulation before we do that? So we have it.
For the record, we've reduced our oral stipulations that we read on the record before to a written joint stipulation. It's signed by both parties and dated. So it's labeled joint stipulations. Should I label it Exhibit J1 or can we go to joint stipulation?
Just joint stipulation. Thank you.
And we'd like to offer, introduce, and file the written stipulation for the record.
Duly accepted. Ready with the next witness? I'll remind you that you're under oath, still under oath.
Please state your name and employer for the record.
Shelley Scott, Louisiana State Police.
And what is your current job title?
I'm a criminal records analyst 5
How long have you held that position?
since April of 2005.
What are your duties with respect to LS?
So LS is the Louisiana Law Enforcement Telecommunications System, and I'm the supervisor of the NCIC LETS Access Unit. We're tasked with overseeing access to the system, ensuring that all state and federal statutes and policies are adhered to. We do user management, certification of users. We triennially audit all LETS agencies.
So can you explain what LS is to us?
Sure. LETS is the network that criminal justice agencies and users in the state of Louisiana gain access to multiple databases. That would be Louisiana registration queries, criminal history, out-of-state information, criminal history, registration, driver's license, as well as the National Crime Information Center and the federal criminal history.
So do you know what law enforcement officers use LS for?
Yes, ma'am. They would use it to run queries of driver's license, vehicle registrations, criminal histories, in conjunction with their duties.
And how do you access LS? How do troopers access LS?
It depends. Troopers have access to LETS through 2 different applications currently, through 2 different third-party vendors.
And what are those vendors?
One is Collagic and the other is MobileCop.
And what do they use to access those, either Collagic or MobileCop?
It could be a computer, so it also could be a tablet, a phone.
Do troopers have to be trained to use LS?
All users of the system have to be trained and certified initially within 6 months of access, and every 24 months thereafter, they recertify.
And how do they get certified?
It's done through an online certification through a vendor that we utilize, and it's a open book certification that just solidifies that the user understands policy and procedure as to Let's Access.
And who maintains those records of which troopers are certified?
They're maintained through the computer system that we have access to.
That you have access to?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if Mr. Joey Schwest was certified to use LETS?
Yes, ma'am, I believe his last certification was February of 2018. I'm not certain of the exact date.
May I first witness?
Yes.
I'll place a document in front of you. Can you identify that document for us?
Yes, ma'am, that's the answer and tested, question and answer from the last test taken by Schwest on February 26th of 2018.
In connection with Ms. Scott's testimony, I'd like to offer and introduce Mr. Joey Schwest LETS recertification dated February 26, 2018.
Any opposition?
I don't, but I don't know if she's maybe laid the foundation that she's familiar with that, but, no, okay.
So admitted.
Who creates those tests?
We do, the Let's Access Unit.
Can you tell me what the second question on my test is?
Yes, ma'am. Certain offenses against system security and the information contained therein are considered criminal offenses and can result in prosecution.
And what format is that question in?
A true false.
What was Mr. Schwest's answer to that question?
True.
And was his answer correct?
Yes, ma'am.
On the second page of that recertification, can you read the fourth question for us?
Curiosity only inquiries are allowed as long as they contain an attention field specifying none.
And what was Mr. Schwest's answer to that question?
False.
And was he correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you asked to assist internal affairs investigators by searching Mr. Schwest's LETS inquiries?
Yes, ma'am.
Who asked you to run that search?
Michael Talley.
And what specifically were you asked to search for?
Specifically for Let's transactions of a Louisiana license plate and Megan Neal.
And how do you run such a search?
So we have access to the Louisiana law enforcement message switch that contains all transaction history, and we would perform a search of that system to identify transactions based on the search criteria entered.
And did you run that search for Mr. Talley?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your search produce any records?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Well, I have, what I sent you before that, so the others we discussed, it's not the first part of the place two documents in front of you. Can you identify those documents for us?
Yes, ma'am, those are the offline search results for both the license plate and Megan Neal.
These are the results that you provided to Trooper Town. Are these the results that you provided to Trooper Town?
Yes, ma'am, they appear to be.
In connection with Ms. Scott's testimony, I'd like to offer and introduce into the record a redacted version of the Let's offline search results that she received as D6.
And can you explain the redaction?
They're redacted because the results show a lot of Ms. Neal's personal information. These results shows her social security number, as Ms. Scott will testify to. It'll show her social security number. If she has a criminal history record, it'll show that. It'll show her date of birth, her address, and they have a lot of personal information in it.
Is there any objection to the redaction?
Are you introducing this in Globo as B6, both of these? I'm just asking for writing it down.
Right. It may be easier to separate them. So,
No.
no. You wanna do that?
Well, I don't know that we've laid the foundation for which each stack is.
Okay.
So if we do it in Globo, maybe if we have that first, then we can do it in Globo, or just kind of see how it goes afterwards.
Okay. The shorter stack that I provided you with, that begins LALSP 35Z9.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that document?
That's the Let's Offline search results of Louisiana registration 894 Alpha Mike Golf for the date range that Trooper Tally requested.
So what is the 894 Alpha Mike Golf?
That's a license plate, Louisiana license plate.
So what is this document results of?
These are all of the transactions run of that license plate during the time frame requested.
Okay. And the larger stack that I provided you, it begins the same LSP 35Z9. What is that?
That's the secondary search of Megan Neal as the search criteria for the same date range.
Okay. So then I would like to offer and introduce a redacted version of the search results for Miss Megan, for license plate number 894 AMG as exhibit D6.
Can we, as a matter of housekeeping, get her to explain what the secondary search is before we admit things?
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
That'd be fine.
Yeah, because
Okay, in these records, okay, can you explain to us on the shorter stack, the search of the license plate? Can you explain to us, how do you know what was searched?
So the first set of data is the input of the end user, where they were running a vehicle registration query. So if you look at the RQS in that top section, it shows the ORI that performed the query, what was populated in the attention field, and then the license of 894 AMG.
So what is the first date that you show that Mr. Schwest searched for Ms. Neal's license plate?
The first date was April 24th, 2018 at 6:53 a.m.
And when he searched her license plate, what types of results did he get back on that search?
So he received, a lot of the mobile data applications will perform what we call a spin-off query. So it's hitting multiple databases. So in this case, it hit, the query was of the vehicle registration file, of 894 AMG. It also checked the NCIC stolen vehicle and stolen license plate file and the Louisiana vehicle insurance database.
And how do you know that how that Joey Schwest is who ran this search?
The attention field should always be populated with the intended recipient of the information, and in the mobile data applications, typically it pulls from the user's login, and that's displayed with the acronym of ATN, Alpha Tango November, and it has the name of Joey Schwest.
Okay. So what is the second time that your search reflected Mr. Schwest's search, missing a license plate?
On the same day, April 24th, 2018, at 3:01 p.m.
And how do you know what Mr. Schwest searched for at that time?
You can see the input as well as the output from the law enforcement message switch. This transaction also included a vehicle registration query of Megan Neal.
And what results did he get back when he ran that search?
He received that in Megan Neal's name, there was a vehicle, the Louisiana 894 AMG was registered in her name.
What is the next date that you found?
The next date was April 30th, 2018 at 12:39 p.m.
And what did Mr. Schwest search at that time?
That inquiry was also of Louisiana registration 894 Alpha Mike Golf.
And what results did Mr. Schwest get back when he ran that search?
In that instance, it was also a return of the NCIC stolen vehicle, stolen license plate file to indicate that the vehicle and nor the plate were currently entered as stolen, the vehicle registration query, and the insurance database return.
What was the next date that you found that he searched Mr. Neal's license plate? Or what was the next search, the date of the next search that you found?
The date of the next search was June 5th, 2018 at 10:35 a.m.
And what did Mr. Schwest search for at that time?
Again, that was a query of vehicles registered to Megan Neal.
And what results did he get back?
In that case, he got back that the stolen vehicle registered in her name was the Louisiana 894 AMG.
What is the date of the next search that you found in your results?
The next search of that license plate was on July 23rd, 2018 at 10:04 a.m. And that was a different requester.
Okay. And, the next one after that where you're sure it was Mr. Schwest?
The next inquiry of that license plate was on September 6th, 2018 at 11:32 a.m.
And what results did Mr. Schwest get back?
The vehicle registration for 894 AMG.
What was the date of the next search that you found?
The next search was on November 1st, 2018 at 4:12 p.m.
And what did you search at that time?
Again, Louisiana 894 AMG.
And what results did you get back?
He received the return, the vehicle information, and it was registered to Megan Neal. That query also included the NCIC stolen vehicle, stolen license plate, and Louisiana insurance, vehicle insurance spin-off transactions.
And did any of these results contain any of Ms. Ms. Neal's personal information, such as her address or anything like that?
Objection, leading.
Did it contain?
Overruled.
The vehicle registration return does display the address of the registered vehicle, as well as the registered owner and their driver's license number.
What was the date of the next search that you saw?
The date of the next search was November 20th, 2018 at 12:27 p.m.
And what did he search at that time?
Louisiana vehicle registration query of 894 AMG, as well as the insurance database, Louisiana insurance database, and the NCIC stolen vehicle and stolen license plate files.
In each of these searches that Mr. Schwest ran, did he get back some personal information of his own?
Yes, ma'am.
In each of these searches that we just discussed, are you able to tell what application Mr. Schwest used to run the searches?
Yes, ma'am, based on the originating agency identifier, or ORI.
So would you be able to tell me on each search which one he used?
Yes, ma'am. Would you like me to go ahead and go through?
Yeah, that's fine.
The inquiries on April 24th, 2018 were made from the CoLogic mobile data application used by state police. The inquiries later on the day of April 24th, again, were made by the CoLogic mobile data application used by Louisiana State Police. The inquiries on April 30th of 2018 were made from the State Police mobile data application. The inquiries made on June 5th of 2018 were made by the CoLogic State Police mobile data application. The inquiry made by the other user on July 23rd of 2018 was made from the State Police mobile cop application. The inquiries on September 6th of 2018 were made from the CoLogic State Police mobile data application. The inquiries made on November 1st of 2018 were made from the State Police CoLogic mobile data application. The inquiries made on November 20th of 2018 were made from the State Police CoLogic mobile data application. Is that the last one?
And in each of these inquiries, you were able to tell who ran those searches?
Yes, ma'am, or what the attention field, whose name was populated in the attention field.
And whose name was populated in each of these searches?
Joey Schwest, with the exception of the one in July.
Okay, in connection with the witness's testimony, we would like to offer and introduce as D6.
Yes.
The LX offline search results of inquiries made by Mr. Joey Schwest of license
admitted.
Can you look at the second slide for me? Okay, what are these results of, the result of? These results are the results of what search?
Let's offline search of the name Megan, last name Neal, for the same date range as the license plate.
Okay, what is the first date that you found?
The first date was April 24th, 2018 at 6:53 a.m.
And who ran that search?
The attention field was populated with Joey Schwest.
And what is it he searched for?
In this case, there's duplication because the vehicle is registered to Megan Neal. So the initial inquiry was a vehicle search of Louisiana license 894 AMG. And that also resulted in a query of the Louisiana driver's license of Miss Neal, as well as an NCIC wanted person check of Miss Neal. Also, a Louisiana criminal history inquiry of Miss Neal.
And what application did he make that search in?
That application was the CoLogic State Police Mobile Data application.
What is the next date that you found?
That was the same date, April 24th, 2018, and the inquiries began at 3 p.m. I apologize, can I go back? At the last transaction at 6:53 a.m. on that date also provided a driver's license photo of Ms. Neal. So the next set of transactions began on the same date, April 24th, 2018 at 3 p.m.
And what types of results did you get back from that?
In this instance, it was a Louisiana driver's license query of Ms. Neal. A Louisiana criminal history inquiry, an NCIC wanted person query. Make sure there's not a driver's license there.
Is there going to be any objection to the contents of any of these documents or whether it was run by the person indicated on the documents?
Not to the extent that there's any objection to who it was run by. I have a redacted copy. I have certain questions with respect to the difference between the two documents and where the criminal history and what pops up at the time someone runs it. So no, I'm not going to have any objection to the admittance of these documents, but I am going to have questions related to what they reflect.
Maybe what we can do is see where his inquiries go, and then y'all can come back on redirect and try to clear up things, because obviously the document speaks for itself, so if we would just introduce it, maybe we could go from there.
Okay,
I mean, I'm not trying to stop you from doing what you need to do, but I'm just trying to figure out if we can maybe get to it. Are y'all okay with that?
Okay, as long as on redirect, if there's any question about what each search returned, because it's different information, and, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, you would have the right to come back later if there's an issue raised on cross.
okay, well then, I would like to offer and introduce as Exhibit E7, the offline search results of Mr. Joey Schwest's search of, in LS, of the name Megan Neal.
No objection.
No, so admitted.
Commission members, we're talking about a redacted copy, but we have a full unredacted copy for you guys to view to see the actual information. But for purposes of introduction to the record to protect our privacy, we'd like to use the redacted version.
Okay, so
So Mr. Conrad's been here, or what do we?
that's fine, I have no further questions at this time.
Ms. Scott, can you explain for the record for us, just because it may be me, but what is the difference between Exhibit 6 and Exhibit 7?
I did not perform the redaction, so I'm not certain, but I understand it to be the personal identifiable information was removed from the offline search results that I performed for internal affairs.
May have been me on a bad question. The Exhibit 6 reflects what program? What is this information from?
From it's the transaction history out of the law enforcement message switch for transactions made through LEDs.
Okay, and what about number 7?
That would be the same.
Okay, so why does it reflect different information?
I'm sorry, I guess I'm misunderstanding the question. The smaller set of results was a search of the Louisiana registration 894 AMG. The larger transaction results was a search of Megan Neal as the search criteria.
So the numbers you just described for me, that is what? Her license plate number?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is for the name Megan Neal?
Megan Neal, yes, sir.
Okay, got it. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but on Exhibit 6, there is no access to criminal history information.
Is Exhibit 6 the registration query? Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, but it's your testimony that there's access to criminal history information on Exhibit 7?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is to access the criminal history, is that a step that one has to take in the system in addition to just simply keying in the phrase Megan Neal?
I'm not a user of the CodeLogic mobile data application, but as I understand it, the end user does have to take an additional step, I believe, to get the criminal history, the Louisiana criminal history results.
Okay. On the registration of Exhibit 7, where it pops up what was searched, does that criminal history automatically pop up? And I could probably ask it again, if that makes sense.
I'm not a user of that application, so I can't say with 100% certainty that whether it does automatically pop up or it doesn't. Based on the results, it did return.
Okay. So is it your testimony that based off of Exhibit 7, you can say whether or not Mr. Swex took it a step further and accessed the criminal portion of her information?
I can't say whether it was an actual act on his part, but it did return.
Okay. Got it. Now, when you go on the system, you had, and I'm speaking with respect to Exhibit 7, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when you input her information, her picture, her vehicle, and her information all are displayed to the user, correct?
I'm not a user of that system, so I'm not certain, but based on the search results, those transactions were run.
So you don't know whether or not those are automatic or not?
No, sir.
Okay. So when you were describing, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to return back to Exhibit 6. When you were describing vehicle registration, stolen license, insurance database, Louisiana insurance spit-off, none of that includes criminal history, correct?
No, sir.
That's all I have.
Ms. Rosenberg? You have something?
Can you tell me the date and the time of the first run on both results?
It would be April 24th, 2018 at 6:53.
And on the other set of results as well?
Yes, ma'am.
It's the same time?
April 24th, 2018 at 6:53 a.m.
Okay, on all 7 runs searches that you identified, did the date and the time correspond on both searches?
Yes, ma'am.
So what does that say?
That says that if the query began with the license plate, that there were additional results received of the driver's license of Ms. Neal, the Louisiana criminal history, an NCIC wanted person check, and the driver's license photo.
So would a trooper know when he runs these searches what he's getting back?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Running a name versus running a license plate number, do you get different information?
Yes, ma'am.
So would the reason to run a license plate and to run a name, would the reason, would a trooper be doing that so that he could get both types of results?
Yes, ma'am, if he was interested in both types of results.
I don't have any further questions.
I do have a couple of rebuttals based off of what
Okay.
you just asked. You used the phrase if he's interested in both types of information. What do you mean by that?
A vehicle query, and then the personal information of the driver or a subject.
Okay. And I've got to ask this question, and I know it kind of contradicts what Mr. Simeon said, but is there any reflection of your understanding of Exhibit 7 that reflects that criminal history was not displayed to Mr. Swest on those dates?
Based on the results from the law enforcement message switch, the criminal history did return.
On every single occasion?
Yes, sir.
That you
Yes,
can
sir.
recall?
That I can recall, yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I have.
Any commissioners have questions? No?
Commissioner Knapp?
Oh.
On the criminal history, the mere fact that you do a criminal history of that, can it be done by any trooper or anyone at any time, and there's no restrictions on it, or there are restrictions on it?
Yes, sir, there are restrictions. All transactions of LETs must be performed for criminal justice purposes.
Is the disclosure of that also improper against regulations?
Yes, sir, it is.
And in each case here, you're saying that the criminal history was given in Exhibit 7.
Yes, sir.
In each case.
No other questions?
I do have one based off of.
Based off of this?
Based off of
Okay.
that. Okay, you said, I apologize. You said criminal justice purpose.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that written down anywhere?
Yes, sir. Well, there are several, depending on the database access, but in general terms, in the LETS manual, section 4.3 says that the user must only access LETS for valid criminal justice purposes in the course of their duties.
And is that phrase criminal justice purpose defined anywhere?
It would be in the CJIS security policy.
And the, what policy, I'm sorry?
CJIS security policy, I believe it speaks to arrest, apprehension, adjudication. It goes on for a bit, but
Can you spell CJIS?
yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. It's the Criminal Justice Information Services Division of the FBI. It's CJIS.
With checking to see if there was an expired license plate fit within that category?
Yes, sir, that would be a valid use of LETS.
That's all the questions I have.
I have one question, or maybe a couple questions. If a trooper wanted to get expired license plate information, what would he search?
The license plate of the vehicle.
And when you search a license plate in LETS, is that when you get criminal history information?
In LETS, in general terms, it would be a follow-up transaction to run Louisiana criminal history, but many of the mobile data applications spawn secondary transactions.
So to get criminal history information, what would a trooper search?
He could either search the Louisiana criminal history database, either by name, race, section, year of birth, or the driver's license number or social security number of a subject.
I just want to make sure that we're clear for the record.
Last, and then this is it.
This is it. Exhibit 7. You can search Exhibit 7 if you want to find out some information with respect to an expired license plate.
Yes, sir, the license plate was run.
Same thing with Exhibit 6, correct?
Yes, sir.
That would be both two valid purposes to do so.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Is this witness ready to go?
Yes.
Mr. Conrad?
Yes.
Release the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
You are free to go.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
They'll put that in the budget.
Jonathan who?
James?
Interstate drug trafficking, stuff like that.
Can you write tickets?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Make traffic stops?
Yes.
Okay. In connection with your duties as a state trooper patrolling the roads, do you have access to certain databases that contain information on drivers?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what those databases are?
We have mobile cop, NCIC type stuff, pink string, access to the license plate recognition cameras.
Okay, are you certified, do you know what the Louisiana Law Enforcement Telecommunications System is?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you certified to use that database?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you do that on a regular basis?
Yes.
What is your understanding of your authority to access that database?
Anything for an investigation or work-related purposes.
Okay. Is it available for your personal use or curiosity?
No, ma'am.
You mentioned the LPR system.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you explain what that is?
The state and other agencies have cameras, different highways, certain areas that, for the most part, that if a vehicle with a license plate passes in front of it, it'll read it, and it'll just give you a timestamp that a vehicle did pass at whatever time and whatever date.
Do you have access to that system?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, do all troopers have access to that system?
No, ma'am.
At Troop C, do you know how many troopers are at Troop C?
Roughly about 40.
Do you know how many troopers at Troop C have access to the LPR system?
I'll say maybe about 3 or 4.
Did you have to have any training or anything, certification to access the LPR system?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is there a policy regarding the LPR system?
Yes, ma'am.
Are all troopers governed by that policy with regards to use of the LPR system?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your understanding of your ability to access the LPR system?
Same as NCIC, investigative purposes. If department-wide, if another trooper or something needed it for an investigation, you know, it's fine. Outside agency, they would have to do a formal request to get information from it.
So give me an example of a permissible use or permissible reason to query the LPR system.
If another trooper was doing a hit and run investigation, something like that, you know, you'd be able to run the plate to identify the vehicle, get a description of it.
As a private citizen, would I be able to call you and give you my husband's license plate and ask you to run it to see if it's in the LPR system?
No, ma'am.
Would that be a permissible use?
No, ma'am.
Would you run that for me if I asked you to do that?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall ever being contacted by Joey Schwest to run a license plate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, does that happen often, or does Joey contact you often to run a license plate?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any idea when it was that he contacted you to run a license plate?
Maybe 3 years ago.
If I told you the date was November 20th, 2018, would you be able to dispute that?
No, ma'am.
How did Mr. Schwest contact you regarding running a license plate form?
I believe he texted me, asked if I was working, and if I was able to run a license plate for him.
And did you respond to that text?
Yeah, I can't tell you exactly what I told him, but I know I was off at the time, and assuming it was a stolen vehicle, something kind of pressing, whenever I got the first opportunity I had, I ran it for him, gave him that information.
So what information did he give you when he requested you to run the plate?
He just asked if I was working, and then I told him no, but you know, when I got a chance I could run it, he gave me the license plate. I ran it, and I think I told him whatever date and time the vehicle passed a certain point.
Did he tell you whose license plate it was?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he tell you why he needed that plate run?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask him why?
No, ma'am.
Why didn't you ask him?
Same reason, like we just talked about the policy, even though he doesn't have access, everybody's kind of governed by it.
How would we know that you were the person who ran a particular license plate in the LPR system? How do you access the system?
Everybody with access has to log in, and I think they have some kind of, however the memory is, it stores who runs it, kind of like ThinkStream or Mobile Cop with NCIC. It'll show whoever ran whatever at whatever time.
Is the login unique to each individual user?
Yes, ma'am.
If Mr. Swest had told you the license plate was his girlfriend's license plate, he just wanted to show her how the system worked, would you have done that for him?
Objection, hypothetical.
Overruled.
No, ma'am.
Would you consider that a law enforcement purpose
No, ma'am.
for the performance of your duties as a trooper?
No, ma'am.
Do you wish you had that information at the time you ran the plate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you later learn whose license plate it was that you had run for Trooper Swett?
Whenever the investigation was going on and into everything, I was never called in, but I was told that it was her license plate, I guess.
Do you use a body camera in performance of your duties?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how long you've had that body camera?
Maybe about 3 years.
Okay.
No.
Are you governs body worn cameras in the videos?
Pretty familiar.
Okay, do you understand the storage system for body camera videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that called?
Evidence.com.
How do the videos you record on your body camera get into evidence.com?
You have to upload your videos to the, I guess, the server, then label them, subtract stop, criminal arrest, or whatever it might be.
Are you familiar with an audit log related to your body camera videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that audit log do?
It shows you who viewed it, whether it was you, another person, and it essentially gives you a date and time stamp when that video got viewed.
As a trooper with a body camera, how does the system distinguish your videos from other people's videos?
The individual cameras are assigned to you, so whenever you upload it, I guess the camera knows it's you. And then as far as the system, everybody has a different login.
Okay, after you upload your videos, are you able to access them again?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you do that?
You just log in, and if you know the date and time of the video that you want it to view, you'd be able to just click on it and view it.
In your experience, if Trooper Schwest uploads a video into evidence.com, can you access his videos?
I believe there's a way. I think you have to request access to view it. I think supervisors and they would be able to view it, but an individual trooper would have to request it.
So without that additional action, if you log into evidence.com, do you get only your videos?
Yes,
or you
ma'am.
get access to other people's also? Just from your
I believe you just get your own videos.
Okay. Would there be any reason for you to store body worn camera footage on your personal cell phone?
No, no, ma'am.
If you need to review your video to write a report, how would you do that?
Just log into the website and view it from there.
Can you view these videos on your cell phone? Is there some way to do that?
I believe there's an app. When we were issued the cameras, they asked everybody to download it, and you can view the video and you can categorize the video from your cell phone.
Have you used that?
Okay.
Do you know, or do you recall in any training regarding the app or evidence.com, were you advised about videos on your personal cell phone? For instance, do you know if you view a body worn camera video through the app on your phone, does it save it to your cell phone?
Not that I know of.
What's your understanding of how the body worn camera videos are used?
Any work-related purpose, whether citizen contact, traffic stop and arrest.
Well, once you make a report, and you said you upload it into evidence.com.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they ever sent anywhere? Do the videos ever get used for any purpose? What's the purpose of them?
I'd have further investigation whether somebody makes a complaint or if it's an arrest, it would be evidence in court.
Have you ever had a reason to play a body worn camera video on your MDT and then to record it on your personal cell phone as it plays?
No, ma'am.
Is it your appreciation that that would be a permissible use of it, to put it on your personal cell phone?
I don't think it would be.
In your experience, if that happened, would the audit log reflect the video being put on the personal cell phone?
No, ma'am.
Would it reflect what happens to that video after it's on the cell phone? Is it further data or anything?
No, ma'am.
information just by running the license plate alone?
Typically, you can.
Would there be a reason you would have to run a person's name inquiry to get the license plate information?
No, ma'am.
If all you're looking for is the status of the plate, would a name inquiry be necessary?
No, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Conrad?
Trooper James, can you run a license plate by name of the person?
I'm sure there's a way. Can I? Probably not.
What do you mean by that?
They, like we were talking about, they had different databases, so they have some that the dispatchers use where they might be able to run a person and get other information, but
So let me clarify my question. Are you familiar with LETS, L-L-E-T-S?
I guess
What is that?
can't tell you exactly what it means, but so,
Oh, no, just what is the program?
I guess the system for NCIC and everything.
Okay, and you can run people's license plates through this system, right?
Yes, sir.
And I believe that there's ways that you can run information either by inputting the person's name or by inputting the license plate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And by doing each type of search, it comes back with their personal information, right?
Yes, sir.
Is there a particular type of search that when you input somebody's name, for instance, their picture, their driver's license and all that pops up?
Yes, sir.
Which one?
You can do that on ThinkStream.
I'm sorry?
On ThinkStream,
Okay.
you're able to run different ways and, like you said, get a picture and different information to come up.
So I'm going to confine my question to if you're either using it with the person's name or the license plate. Does it matter, or will that picture, driver's license, that type of information pop up regardless?
I wouldn't say regardless it'll pop up, but sometimes it will. If you run somebody's name, it might give you vehicles registered to them.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess that's not always the case, but it is a way you can do it.
So when would there be not always the case?
It really depends on the way the vehicle's registered and.
So you as the trooper have no control over that?
No.
Okay. Can you access criminal history through this information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Through both keys, can you access criminal history through keying in a license plate?
Sometimes you can. You can on the registered owner.
Okay. And does that information automatically pop up, or you've got to go search through that through an additional step?
Some of it will pop up, but there are additional steps where you can get, I guess, more detailed criminal information on them.
Okay, so what pops up with respect to the criminal history automatically?
Typically, Louisiana criminal history.
Okay. Have you ever seen a computer printout of these search inquiries?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in these computer, I'm going to ask, is it your own, or have you seen somebody else's, or?
Both mine and other people.
Okay. Does the criminal history automatically generate on the printout, or does it reflect access to that criminal history portion of the information?
I just, I guess, give you access to it, and then you would have to, I guess, go a step further to get it all.
But will the computer print, I guess my question is, will the computer printout automatically show the criminal history? Or do you know?
Nah, I'm not sure where you're getting at, but
what I'm getting at is that if you go in and you type up somebody's search log, for instance.
if you run somebody's name.
If you run Megan Neal's name and the computer prints out all the time somebody ran Megan Neal's name, is the criminal information going to be automatically reflected on that log?
I've never seen the printout you're talking about as far as who's ran it, if that's what you're getting at.
Okay, fair enough.
I've never seen that.
Fair enough. Now, you worked at Troop C, and you worked with Mr. Sweats, correct?
Yes, sir.
For how long?
5 years, maybe.
What's your opinion of him as an officer?
He was good. He was always out working, writing tickets, doing whatever he had to do.
In fact, I think there was some talk that he issued a whole heck of a lot of tickets in comparison to other people at Troop City, correct?
Yeah, he did pretty good.
Okay, and he received some commendation for that, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Are you aware of him receiving some commendations for, like, for instance, putting somebody or discovering a hit and run suspect?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm sure he did, though.
Okay. Do y'all have Troopers of the Year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's nominated by whom?
Typically, all the ship lieutenants and the captain get together and, I guess, decide
somebody.
who they like. Yeah.
In 2019, do you remember who was nominated for Trooper of the Year?
No.
That was Mr. Swest. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. So this LPR system, you told us only 3 or 4 troopers have access, right?
Yes,
sir. Why do you, in addition to 2 or 3 more, have access to that system?
2 of them for sure is me and my partner.
Okay.
Do criminal interdiction, and then I want to say we might have a supervisor or 2 that also have access to it.
So is it based on your line of duty in terms of, hey, you're over this particular aspect of crime or anything like that?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, and what aspect are you in?
Like I said, we do criminal interdiction, where not limited to Troop C, work on the interstate, I-10, I-12, different areas where there are cameras. So like I said, whether it's stolen vehicles, for the most part, it's used for deconfliction. If I'm talking to somebody and they say they're coming from one place, you can use the camera and, all right, you know this guy. He's not coming from New Orleans. He's coming out of Lake Charles, wherever it might be.
Okay, so I apologize, but can you expand upon what you mean by criminal interdiction?
Interdiction,
Yeah.
pretty much looking for any kind of criminals, whether it be, like I said, people trafficking drugs, humans, money, thing along those lines.
So, because there's only so few amount of people who have this access, are you as a trooper taught that this is sort of a restricted access system?
Yes, sir. Like I said, it's like we talked about earlier. It's in a policy that everybody in the state police is governed by.
Okay, meaning you can't just give out the information you find on the LPR system, right?
Unless it's some work related, whether a criminal investigation.
Okay. So do you have any obligation to inquire as to whether or not it has a legitimate purpose?
From an outside agency, as the policy states, an outside agency would have to do a formal request within the agency. And I guess the policy, the way it is, would be all the troopers are governed by it. So whether you have access to it or not, you still have to follow those guidelines.
So my question is going to be, if somebody asks you, hey man, can you run this for me? Do you have any obligation to inquire whether or not it's a legitimate purpose?
I guess it would be a good idea to do it.
Okay.
But
okay.
One would assume that another trooper, like I said, still being on that policy would be doing the right thing with it.
Okay. And in this particular instance with Mr. Swest, you didn't follow up or ask Mr. Swest what the purpose was, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Swest asked you to do this search, he didn't coerce you, right?
No, no, sir.
He didn't threaten you.
No, sir.
He didn't offer you anything in its exchange.
No, sir.
You ran this search voluntarily.
Yes, sir.
Regardless of whether or not you should have done something, I don't care about that.
Yes, sir.
What I want to know is you did this voluntarily,
Yes,
correct? And Mr. Swest's position at the time was a trooper, right?
Yes, sir.
At the time you were a senior trooper?
He was a senior trooper. I was a trooper at the point.
He was a senior trooper at the time?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. What's the difference between a regular trooper and a senior trooper?
Just how long you been working there?
Does that have any supervisory capacity?
No, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Swest wasn't your supervisor, right?
No, sir.
he doesn't have any authority to give you any directives, right?
No, sir.
And in fact, he did not give you a directive to run the search, right?
No, sir.
Because we already established, he just said, hey man, do you mind doing this for me? And you did it voluntarily.
Yes, sir.
The only person that can give you a directive would be your supervisor, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the time, who was that?
I believe it was Sergeant Tracy Plaisance.
Okay. And was that also Mr. Swest's supervisor, or was that somebody different?
Somebody different.
Okay. Now, do you know what Trooper Swest did with the information that you gave him from the LPR system?
No, just hearsay, but from what I heard, it was his, like his girlfriend at the point, it was her license plate, and he, from what I heard, he just wanted to show her how it worked.
When you use the phrase "show her," are you aware of him physically showing her any information?
No, like I said, just hearsay.
Okay.
From,
So I don't want to know that because that's inadmissible, okay? But I'm just asking based on your personal knowledge.
no.
Okay. Now I'm going to read to you the Louisiana State Police Policy Procedure Order 243 that talks about the LPR system data sharing and dissemination, okay? And it says in Section 2, subsection B, the LPRS system and its database records and any associated media are property of the department and are intended for law enforcement purposes only. Therefore, no employee shall use or authorize the use of the LPR system and its data for reasons that are not legitimate law enforcement purposes. Now, does that sound accurate in your understanding as to what the policy is?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, Mr. Swest did not use the LPR system in this regard, correct?
No.
And nor did he authorize the use of the LPR system, correct?
Correct.
Because he has no control over that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for your time. You might have some follow-ups though.
Oh, no, you,
Oh.
wait,
Trooper James, when you talk about giving directives, do you only assist troopers when you have a directive from a supervisor?
No, ma'am.
Would you say that happens in the normal course and scope of your employment every day?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you did not ask Trooper Swest for any information when he asked you to run the plate.
That's correct.
Do you think you would today if he called you and asked you to run a plate?
Objection, hypothetical, speculation.
Yes, ma'am, I would.
After you ran the plate for Trooper Swest, have you run plates at the request of other troopers?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you trust they needed it for law enforcement, or did you inquire, why do you need this, whose plate is it?
After this, after I found out what had happened with it, I do ask, and most of the time it's whether trying to find a stolen vehicle or working a hit and run, trying to identify a vehicle.
And you mentioned that for outside agencies, you had to have an official request, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But it's different within the state police agency.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any guidelines that says you have to have a request, a written request that documents the reason? Is there anything that says you have to get any information for it?
Not for another trooper, no, ma'am.
And after you learned about the situation of running the record, that Trooper West requested, did that make you feel any way about, do you feel you violated anything?
Yes, ma'am, I wasn't happy about it, but,
Okay, so that was your feelings towards him?
no, I guess about the situation in general.
Okay, do you think, based upon what you knew at the time you conducted the search, do you feel you violated any policy by conducting that search for Trooper West?
Not at the time, no, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have.
Just briefly, Since this incident, have you had an opportunity to turn somebody down with respect to running the LPR search?
Oh, yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
Just, I guess, kind of the same situation. They, other troopers know, only a few people have it and ask, you know, hey, they had some weird car driving down my street or something, you know, try to run it, and, you know, them telling me what it was, I turn them down, no.
And so is it common for you to receive these requests and say, yeah, I don't know about that man?
Not quite often, but, like I said, every now and then, once in a blue moon, you might have somebody ask, but a lot of times, you know, it's a stolen car, and, it's not a guarantee if a vehicle passes in front of camera, it's even gonna read it, but, like I said, helping find stolen cars, investigate, traffic crashes, anything like that.
But the times that you turn somebody down, it was with respect to somebody thinking in their subdivision, hey, there's a suspicious car. Has there been anything else?
No, that's about it.
Okay. That's all I have.
Commissioners? No questions?
Can I just follow up on that real quick?
What?
On the instance that you said where the person asked about the suspicious vehicle, did they provide that information to you voluntarily with a request, or did you ask for it?
As far as, the reason why they wanted it run,
Yes.
they provided it.
Is this witness free to go?
Yes.
Okay, you are now free to go. Now we have Ms. Neal, is that our next?
Yeah, let's take about a 5-minute break.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Megan Neal?
Do you know Mr. Billy Trust?
Yes.
How do you know him?
We dated a couple years ago.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
Terrible.
Did you ever make a complaint to Louisiana State Police about Mr. Trust?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you come to make that complaint?
Objection outside of the scope of the termination letter. We're here with her knowledge is with respect to the text messages and whether or not they were sent or not. How we got to this complaint, how the basis of the termination happened, how the investigations started have absolutely no bearing in terms of the reason why he was terminated.
I'm not overrule that.
So how did you come to make that complaint?
During an argument, some things happened in, actually in Baton Rouge, where he, say everything?
Yeah, I'm going to move to strike this testimony because we're talking about going into the criminal aspect.
I don't
Yeah.
think we need any
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we were just talking about how
No.
her filing a complaint. We're not gonna talk about it. Can you instruct the witness about the part that's redacted and, or at least?
It's not redacted, so it's clear.
Okay.
Well, it's redacted from this proceeding.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Why don't we just talk about the,
Yeah.
who said how she got the things?
During the internal affairs investigation, your cell phone was downloaded.
Correct.
That's already been introduced into the record. We stipulated that certain body worn camera videos were sent from Mr. Schwest's cell phone to your cell phone. Did you ever access Mr. Schwest's cell phone to send those videos to yourself?
Never.
Did you ever ask Mr. Schwest to run your name or license plate number to check your driving record, criminal history, or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever tell you that he did so?
No.
Do you know what the LPR system is?
I do now.
Did you ever discuss that system with Mr. Schwest?
No.
Did Mr. Schwest ever tell you that he ran your license plate in the LPR system?
Once on Messenger on Facebook.
Do you know what the date of that message was?
November November 20th-ish, 2018.
And did Mr. Schwest show you the results of that run?
No.
So what did he say to you?
I was on my way home and I told him that I wasn't going home and he said that the LPR said otherwise.
Do you remember on January 21st of 2019, a body camera video being sent to your cell phone from Mr. Schwest's cell phone?
I do.
Do you remember if there was any conversation surrounding that video between you and Mr. Schwest?
It said, oops for these or something like that.
Okay. What is it? Who said that?
Joey.
And did you send that text message to yourself?
No.
Do you remember a video being sent from a video of body camera footage being sent to your phone from Mr. Schwest's phone on February 1st, 2019?
I do.
Do you know, was there a text message sent along with that video?
It said, don't show this video to anyone.
And did you send that to yourself?
No. I was at work.
Are you positive?
Absolutely. I pulled my time card.
Do you remember a cell phone, a video of body-worn camera footage being sent to your cell phone on February 2nd, 2019?
Yes,
from
ma'am.
Mr. Schwest's phone? And did you send that video to yourself?
I was at work that day also.
Have you ever received a video of body-worn camera footage from Mr. Schwest via Snapchat?
I'm not 100% sure, no.
Have you ever sent a video to yourself from Mr. Schwest's Snapchat?
No.
When Mr. Schwest sent you the message saying the LPR says otherwise, how did that make you feel?
Shocked.
Objection outside of the scope of the termination letter. It's not a basis for termination as to what he communicated over to Mrs. Neal. And relevancy, and particularly under 401, 403.
It is a part of the conduct unbecoming.
Okay,
No,
overrule.
no, ma'am, it's not part of the conduct unbecoming.
I think we got a ruling on it.
Overrule. Proceed.
And how did it make you feel when you got that message?
I was shocked at first. I'm a little scared, I guess.
What did you later learn about the LPR system? You said you know what it is now. What did you learn?
So I Googled it after he sent it, and I didn't even know what the initials meant, and I just Googled it, and I seen that it was license plate reader or something like that.
So
That's
what
all I
did you-
really know about it.
Okay. What, can you tell us what the license plate you currently have on your vehicle, is that the same license plate you've had since at least 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And has your insurance, have you switched insurance at any point during that time?
No.
Ms. Neal, do you recall Mr. Swest communicating to you some issues with respect to your license plate being expired?
No,
He never verbally communicated to you and said, hey, you might want to check that out and get it fixed because your license plate is expired?
not that I recall, no.
And am I correct to say that Mr. Swest never showed you any information he collected from a license plate reader, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Commissioner? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Did you have any questions? No questions?
I have one or two. On the time you got the text message about the LPR, were you and Mrs. Swift still in a dating relationship?
Yes.
All right.
Is this witness free to go?
Yes, for me.
You may.
Thank you.
Do we have another witness? No? Okay, you rest. Mr. Conrad?
I call Mr. Joey Swest. Mr. Swest, can you give your name and address for the record, please?
Oh, wait, I'll remind you you're under oath.
Can you give your name and address for the record, please?
Joey Anthony Swesh, 268 Bienville Boulevard, Berg, Louisiana.
And you were formerly employed with the Louisiana State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
For how long?
13 years and 2 months.
Okay. And what troop were you assigned to?
Troop C out of Houma.
Was that where you started?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you been a police officer before?
Yes, sir. I started my law enforcement career in 1999 with the Terrebonne Parish Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Have you ever served in any position other than a law enforcement officer?
No, sir.
Okay. When did you decide you wanted to be a law enforcement officer?
When I was a very young child, just had a passion for it, wanted to help people, just wanted to be out in the streets.
Tell me about that a little more.
It's something I always wanted to do. It's the only thing I know. It's not just a career for me, it's a calling. I really enjoyed it.
Okay. Tell me about how your performance has been with the troopers, the Louisiana State troopers.
Excellent.
Okay. Do you receive performance evaluations?
Yes, sir.
How often?
Once a year.
Okay, and how have those been?
They've all been excellent.
Okay. You ever received a negative review?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, have you ever received any type of accolades in connection with your work as a trooper?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
I don't recall them all. There's Professional Excellence Troop of the Year, Troop C, 3 times Traffic Stat Troop of the Year, which is basically getting out there and enforcing, writing the most tickets of the troop. I did that 3 years in a row. That's all I can recall at this point.
So is that common for you to get a certificate award? Like, do troopers get that often?
No, sir.
Okay, it would be something that's pretty prestigious, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall receiving any type of letters of commendation?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about those.
I don't recall, or I don't know if you have any hand, but I did just, when I was actually on administrative leave this past November in my neighborhood, they had some gentlemen selling Amazon packages off the porch of the lady's house, and I went chasing down on my personal truck, and we actually made an arrest, and several other cases were solved because of that.
When was that?
In November of last year.
In November of last year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a document I've marked for identification as JS1. take a look at this document and let me know if it looks familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's professional excellence award that was issued to me from Troop C. It's the most DWI arrests at the troop in 2008.
Does that award get issued annually?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has anybody received it twice that you're aware of?
Yes.
Are there people at Troop C who have never received that award?
Yes.
How did you feel when you got that award?
I'm very proud of accomplishment. We push each other to do better and get drunks off the street, so it makes you feel good.
And when by us, you mean your fellow troopers, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you another document marked as JS2. Can you take a look at this document and let me know if it looks familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
What is this?
A letter of accommodation at located fatality hit and run vehicle in June 21st, 2016, when we made an arrest.
And it's got a date of June 21st, 2016. Do you see that at the top?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It says, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize your outstanding performance on June 20th, 2016, in conjunction with the investigation and subsequent arrest of Darrell Barlow. So in fact, you had gotten this a day after the arrest, correct?
I didn't get it the day after the arrest. I guess it has to go through the chain of command and whatnot. A couple of weeks later, but yes.
Fair enough.
I received the letter.
And it's from Sergeant Troy J. Leonard. Who is that? Okay. Can you look at the... Can you look at the top of the letter, Mr. Swest?
Sergeant Troy J. Leonard was my supervisor at the time.
And at the bottom left, it's got Captain Frank Besson. Who is he?
Captain Frank Besson is the troop commander at Troop C, still currently.
Okay. And then it says, as you know, Mr. Barlow was the driver of a vehicle involved in the fatal hit and run crash on June 17, 2016. The crash resulted in the death of Mr. William Boyne. On this date, you were assigned to follow up information where an anonymous tip was phoned into Troop C, giving the location of the driver and vehicle suspected in the crash. Further information given stated the suspect was attempting to hide the damage to the vehicle incurred in the crash and prepare a vehicle for transport out of Louisiana. Upon arrival at the scene, you quickly began to assist other troopers who had been given assignments relating to securing the scene and evidence relating to the investigation. You were quick to adapt to all assignments given to you. Your actions and support allowed me to move between the two developing scenes and ensure the investigation moves smoothly. And in the very last paragraph, it says, your ability to adapt an ever-changing scene and willingness to assist on this date brought a close to a case which could possibly have gone unsolved. I commend you on your actions and ask that you maintain your vigilant attitude in the future. My question is this something different than what you described to me earlier with respect to chasing somebody down, or this is the same incident?
This is the same incident.
It's the same incident. Okay, so it was really in 2016.
Yes.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you a document that I've marked for identification as JS3. And before I forget, how did receiving JS2 make you feel?
It makes me feel good. Closer to some family members.
Did anybody verbally congratulate you?
Yes, sir. Several people from the troop.
Okay. Did you get some verbal praise from your supervisors?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who?
No, sir. I don't know.
All right. Can I get you to take a look at JS3? And let me know if that looks familiar to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is this document?
Letter of accommodation for exceptional performance.
And you got this, it looks like, or at least it has a date of June 22nd, 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And to speed this up a little bit, at the bottom third paragraph it says, a review of your stats revealed you and your team members to be leaps and bounds ahead of the average trooper on the road. Additionally, your numbers exceed those of all other motor units in the state. These numbers show your dedication to identify and attempt to correct the poor driving habits of the public. And my question is going to be that this was in connection with you writing a whole bunch of tickets, I believe, in connection with some violations, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember sharing with anybody that you got this letter of commendation?
No, sir.
Well, okay. Do you remember getting any type of verbal praise from anybody?
Just talking around the troop, everybody's talking around the troop, and when we go to motor unit competitions, that we always mess with each other and talk about it.
Okay.
Different parts of the state.
Pretty prestigious to receive a letter of commendation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not everybody gets one, correct?
No, sir.
You gotta do something good at your job to get one, correct? Now, at your troop, do they have something called Troop of the Year?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's given out by a number of different things. It could be DWIRS, stats, which means stats means traffic violation tickets, life-saving awards, stuff like that.
Have you ever been nominated?
Been nominated 4 times.
When do you remember?
2008, 2009, 2013, and 2019.
You ever been disciplined before?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I was dating a girl in 2013 and pulled up to her residence. She met me outside. She was living with a roommate at the time. Pulled up behind her right forerunner. She didn't know who it was. A new boyfriend with roommate, so she was standing by my window. I ran the plate. And once I ran the plate, she saw it on my MDT when she was standing in the door and said, "Oh, that's my roommate's boyfriend."
You remember what your discipline was?
24-hour suspension.
You ever been disciplined other than this one instance?
No, sir.
And you understand that you're facing termination at this stage,
Yes,
correct? I'm going to show you a document that's been previously introduced into the record as Exhibit 1. And I apologize, I haven't been asking, but may I approach the witness?
Yes.
And can I grab Exhibit 1 from the court?
Your exhibit one?
Oh, I'm sorry, not Exhibit 1, the
D1 or JS1?
determination letter, which is
That's, and I don't have it yet. Do I?
Okay, okay. D1. Can I get you to take a look at this document? I know it looks familiar to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is this?
Termination letter I got either end of January or beginning of February of this year.
Okay. And have you read this document before?
Yes, sir, several times.
Okay. So I'm going to be asking you questions about what's contained in the document. Again, to speed this up, 1, 2, 3. In the 4th paragraph, it discusses an issue related to a February 1, 2019 body cam video.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember that incident?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
I remember when they interviewed me for the internal affairs investigation. I didn't remember sending this video or any other video at the time. After the fact, when I look back at it, when they was still talking to me, I said, "If you said I sent it, I sent it." And if it was sent from my phone to her phone, then I sent it. I wasn't trying to lie. I wasn't trying to get around it. So that video, I would say I sent to her, yes.
And what do you have to say about that?
I made a mistake. I made a terrible decision. I've embarrassed the department. I've embarrassed myself, my family, the guys I work with, and I'm truly sorry about it.
What about the next paragraph with respect to an issue on February the 2nd? Do you remember that? Next paragraph.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
This was a gentleman that he's been giving us problems, just hackling us when we're on the road, screaming at us, you know, that kind of stuff. So I confronted him, and you know, I recorded the interaction. I confronted him and told him, you know, it was not necessary, just that and the other, and that was basically it.
And what do you recall about the allegation that it was sent to Mrs. Neal?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, I've sent it to him.
Did you tell the investigators that?
I don't have the read. Like I said, when I first went in there, I didn't recall sending any videos. And then later on, when he showed me the stuff from my phone to his phone, I said, if it's there, I'll send it. I never intended to lie. Colonel Leeds or Colonel Duper even said, if you go to IA and you lie, you're terminated. And I have that in the back of my head from the get-go. So yes, I sent this video.
So did you tell the investigators that you didn't recall sending the videos?
Correct, I did say that. I did not recall sending any videos.
And do you recall telling the investigators that it was, that something to the effect of Mrs. Neal could have gone in your phone?
And yes, I did. And the reason why I said that, and I can remember specifically the date, March 28th, the day I got nominated for Troop of the Year, she hacked my Snapchat. I didn't even have Facebook at the time it was deactivated. She activated my Facebook and changed the profile picture to herself. And I was getting text messages and whatnot about that. So there was definitely a possibility, yes.
So did you tell the investigators for a fact that yes, that Mrs. Neal had hacked your phone and sent it to herself? Did you tell the investigators that?
I said that she possibly could have.
That it was a possibility?
Yes.
Not that that actually happened?
No, sir.
Because, okay. So I'm going to go next to the next paragraph, which involves a video on May the 11th, 2019. What do you recall about that issue? Well, excuse me, May 11th, 2019, and it looks like something with the video being sent on May 12th, 2019.
Which
via
paragraph?
Snapchat. The very next one.
Okay.
So it would be the third paragraph on page 2. Where it starts off, IA investigators showed you another BWC video.
Yes, I saw the video and my response was to that. I was wrong and I have no excuse for it.
So you admitted to
Yes, sir.
doing that, okay? You didn't lie to the investigators?
No, sir.
Now, when we say you sent it to her, we're talking about Mrs. Neal, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how did you go about doing so?
I don't know if it says through text, but I would have to look at the download, but it would be probably through text message.
Well, how did you get it on your phone? How did you get this through text, to the text message on your phone? I can ask a better question. How'd you get it on the phone?
Recorded from a computer screen.
Okay. Now, is it your understanding it's a violation of policy to record a body cam video from the computer screen?
No, sir.
Has anybody ever told you that in the past?
No, sir.
Had other officers been doing that in the past?
Yes.
And in fact, it's fair to say, and from the testimony you heard earlier, that it's possible for someone to access the body cam footage on any computer, cell phone device.
When we first got the body camera system, I could look at anybody's video in Troop F, which is up north, to slide out. Now you can't do it. It is knocked down to your videos and your videos only.
When did that change?
I don't know. This was when we first got the body cam videos, cameras. I'm not sure how many years back that was.
So when you say you had access to other people's body cams, did other people have access to yours?
Not access to body cams, access to their videos on the computer.
What do you mean by that?
So when you would log in, it would say you can search by trooper, or you can search all, and all the ones that were uploaded, you can click on and watch.
Uploaded onto what?
The cloud, as they refer to.
Would a trooper have to manually upload it on the cloud, or does it automatically get put on the cloud simply by the fact that the video is taken?
The old system we had at Troop C, it was wireless. You would pull up to the troop and it would upload. So when you pull up to the troop, if you had a video you need to look at, when you pulled up to the troop, it uploaded. It was wireless.
Automatically, simply by you physically
you
at
have to
Troop
put
C.
it on a stand. You have to do anything. It was wireless. That's why we had a big white dome on top of our course. It was the only troop that had that. And once it was uploaded, that was it.
Now, I'm going to ask you about the next paragraph on page 2 with respect to a video on January 21st, 2019. Tell me about what you recall.
I remember stopping the girl that worked for a waiter.
Okay.
And this is when Homo first got waiter. We still don't really have it. And after the traffic stop, I did take a picture of Peter and send it to her saying we have waiter. That was, and she didn't believe me. But that's when it first came out.
Your intent was to demonstrate to Ms. Neal that y'all had gotten waiter.
Right.
It wasn't to make fun of this person.
Absolutely not.
What do you have to say to yourself about that?
About sending the picture, absolutely wrong. I have no excuse for it. That's some judgment.
In the next paragraph, it talks about some activity of you running an inquiry on Ms. Neal's license plate. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
And it says in line 1, 2, 3, fourth line, it says, ran a query of Ms. Neal's license plate through the COLIC system on April 24th, 2018, April 30th, 2018, June 5th, 2018, September 6th, 2018, November 1, 2018, and November 20th, 2018. Tell me about what you remember.
We first started dating in April of 2018. I was working, or I had to be working, I'm sorry, on the license plate. We worked opposite shifts at the time. Her license plate was indeed expired. And I don't know if the DMV can pull it up to tell you when she re-registered it, but it was indeed expired. And not to throw fault at anybody, they would like to go out and all that, and I was like, you need to get your license plate taken care of, because you get stopped, it doesn't matter who you're dating. The state police are gonna put you in jail, period. She told me that the sticker was at her ex-husband's house. So I let it go, and went by, I rented it, she didn't have the sticker, I rented it again. It was still expired. I told her, and then she finally told me, I got the sticker, and then I ran it and verified it, yes.
Do you know, are you familiar with state police policies?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know of any policy that defines a legitimate law enforcement function or purpose?
I can hear you.
Do you know of any state police policy that defines legitimate law enforcement purpose or function?
No, sir.
Okay. When you ran these searches, what did you look up?
When I ran a license plate and it just showed expired.
Okay, what pops up when you run the license plate?
It depends on what system. They talk about two systems. We call it, like Trooper James said, Mobile Cop and ThinkStream. They call it something totally different. Mobile Cop is if you type the license plate in, it'll pop up name, address, and vehicle information. ThinkStream, on the other hand, which is a new program, when you type in a license plate, you hit enter, everything pops up. Address, vehicle information, license information, and photo.
What about criminal history?
Criminal history, you have to click on Mobile Cop, the older system. You have to go down and hit SID number, what we call it a SID number. Highlight it, hit enter, and then criminal history will pop up.
Aside from the exhibits that have been introduced today, have you ever seen a computer-generated printout summarizing your queries on either system?
No, sir. We don't have access to that.
Meaning all troopers don't have access?
No, sir. We don't have access to it.
Do you know who does?
No, sir.
Now, I'm going to get you to flip to page 3. In the second paragraph, it talks about an incident with Mr. James. What do you recall about that?
We were going to New Orleans. I don't know what we were going for.
Who's we?
Myself and Ms. Neal. And we were talking about the license plate readers, and they have one right at the Designs Bridge, which is our troop line. We were discussing it. And I was trying to explain it to her, and she didn't understand.
Did she ask about it first?
Yes.
Okay.
She asked me, what are the cameras for? And I was basically, they helped with hit and runs, they helped a couple of homicides out of New Orleans, whatnot. I knew Jonathan was working at the time. I texted him and asked him if he could run the plate, which I still know the plate by heart. And he didn't respond all the way, right away. We was already back home when he responded, and then he ran it.
So what did you initially inquire to him?
If he could run the plate just so I could explain to him how it worked, that was it.
Okay, and this is on a trip on the way to New Orleans, is it fair to say in the morning, in the afternoon?
It would have to be the afternoon, we didn't go
Okay,
anywhere.
and when you say he didn't initially respond, what is the period of time in between your initial inquiry and his initial, and
A
his?
couple of
response?
hours, because I was already back to my house.
Okay.
We had dropped her off and I went to her house.
And what was his response?
He didn't run it right away. I mean,
I'm sorry, when he did respond a couple hours later, what was contained in that response?
I mean, you probably have to know Jonathan, I mean, he was just like, yeah, that's not Jonathan, he's very short.
So he took it upon himself to run the license plate?
Yes.
Okay. In your communication over to Officer James, did you coerce him in any way to run this license plate?
No, sir.
Did you threaten him to run this license plate?
No, sir.
Did you offer him anything in exchange to run this license plate?
No, sir.
Your position at the time was what?
Just asked him to run it and.
No, your position, your
Oh,
position.
I worked for state police, I was a trooper.
Your classification, trooper, right?
Senior trooper.
I'm sorry?
A senior trooper?
Okay, and Officer James's position was what?
A trooper.
Okay, does that have any significance in terms of supervisory capacity?
No, sir.
The only relevance is by experience, correct?
Years of service.
Meaning who gets paid a little more,
Yes.
correct? Okay, but it doesn't have any relevance in terms of whether or not he has to follow a request from you,
Correct.
okay? And this wasn't intended to be a directive on your part, correct?
No, sir.
And in fact, he has an entirely different supervisor than you at this time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was your supervisor?
My supervisor was, Lieutenant Jody Blanchard.
Okay, and who was Trooper James's supervisor during this period of time?
Lieutenant Tracy Plaisance.
Have you ever had any troopers come to you and ask to run information?
Yes.
Would you say that that's a common request?
Yes.
Can you tell the commission what your purpose is here today?
I mean, my purpose is here today is to tell you, I mean, you guys, I did wrong and I apologize, and I just think the punishment is a little extreme from what they saying I did. It's just something, I mean, I just think the punishment is extreme for what they said I did and what I'm admitting to.
Let me ask you this, have you been suspended any longer than 24 hours at your time with LSP?
No, sir.
What would happen if you were terminated?
Well, I mean, I've already been terminated, I lost my insurance, my boy, I'm gonna lose my house. The job I have now, I can't sustain it. And 22 years of service is down the drain.
This would jeopardize your ability to continue on in law enforcement, is that correct?
Absolutely.
And as you had earlier testified that this is a life passion of yours, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what you would do
I have no other skill.
other than law enforcement?
Correct.
And other than putting bad guys in jail?
Right.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Schwest, when you talked about having Trooper James run Ms. Neal's license plate through the license plate reader, why did you not tell Trooper James on your own whose plate it was or why you needed it?
He didn't ask, and I didn't think it was a big deal at the time. Knowing now that I put him in that situation, I should have told him. But people call me all the time, other troopers, or we call other troopers, say run this, run that. For instance, if they're disconnected, you have a wireless system, if they're disconnected, sometimes dispatch cannot run stuff, they disconnected and we have connections, That's the reason.
So when that happens, do you ask them, why do you need this?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so from what you just said, Trooper James acted the same way you would for other troopers, correct?
Yes,
By not asking you why you needed it?
yes, ma'am.
But yet it sounds like you're saying he should have asked you. You're saying he was in the wrong for not asking. Like you didn't direct him, you didn't order him, you didn't coerce him. So it's like you're shifting the blame for him to run this Neil's
I've never said it was his fault. Even in the IA investigation, I admitted to it. They had no idea about it. And two, I said, whatever punishment you give it to James, you give it to me. Because it was my fault. It wasn't his fault. So I brought that up, and I was gonna take full responsibility for whatever punishment he was gonna get. That was said in the IA. I never blamed Mr. James.
Okay, so it shouldn't matter, correct, that he didn't ask you why you needed the information?
I don't
But you're
understand the
saying
question.
you trust other troopers when they call you and ask you to run something, so he didn't do anything differently than you would have done, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you couldn't run the plate yourself because you don't have access to that system, is that
Correct, I do not have access.
We heard testimony and how these documents presented about your accolades and your commendations. Do you think that, you said not everybody gets the commendations. Does every trooper get disciplined during their career?
No, no, ma'am. I mean, I don't know, I'm assuming no. No, ma'am.
You just said that some of the ones you got were pretty prestigious and not everybody gets them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is it the same with discipline?
I don't know, I don't have access to everybody's disciplinary file.
Do you think that wrongdoing should count just as much as accolades in the performance of the trooper's duties?
I guess I don't understand the question.
If a trooper commits bad acts in the performance of their duties or while they're a trooper, shouldn't it be just as important as the accolades they get?
Yes.
And when you were questioned by internal affairs investigators about the body worn camera videos, if I recall correctly, they asked you if you ever sent Ms. Neal body worn camera videos. They talked about the videos. At the time, did you know that they had phone records showing the text messages back and forth?
During the interview they showed me, and at the beginning of the interview I told them that I mean during the interview I told them beginning of the interview I said I don't recall sending these videos, and then we started talking, and he pulled up a computer screen, and I said yes, 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 yes.
So you recalled after you were shown?
When he showed, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you, so with regards to recording the body worn camera videos on your cell phone, do you agree that's a reproduction of that video?
I have to see the definition of reproduction.
Well, what's your understanding of a reproduction?
Reproduction to me would be like I would record this and send it out or post it on Facebook and all that kind of stuff. I'm reproducing the whole video. Just recording and putting it on my cell phone, I don't think that's a reproduction. That's just my opinion.
Did that, when you recorded that video with your cell phone, did it contain the same content as the original video?
Not all, just parts.
But some?
Just parts.
Okay. So it's not the original video, would you agree, then it's a reproduction of a
A
portion of
recording,
the video?
let's say it's a recording.
You didn't see any problem with that at the time?
No, no, but now I do. Absolutely I do.
When you write a report, do you not have access to those videos in evidence.com?
But when we're talking about, when I said earlier, with the troop C was the only troop that had the system, when you pulled up to the troop, your video uploaded. One of the videos I had on my phone was, it was May, one of the videos of May. I was leaving to go to Washington DC the next morning, and we had just got an altercation and tased some gentleman, and the report needed to be in. I recorded that video with my phone, because once I went to the troop, it's over with. We didn't have evidence.com at the time.
Wait. The video that we talked about, what's the date of that? you recall? The
It
one
was,
that says you
police week
reported-
is in May, so it had to be in May.
Okay, May 11th, 2019 was the encounter. Are you saying in May of 2019, you did not have the Axon body worn camera system?
You have a different system for your vehicle, and you do body cam and car cam. Troop C was the only ones, that you see these trooper cars running around, they have a white dome on it, it looks crazy. When you pulled up or got near the troop, it uploaded, like that. So if you had video to look at, you had to go to the troop and look at it.
Okay, so you talked about Troop C was the only one that had this program, and I was confused because you said everybody could see everybody's videos around the state. Do you recall when that was?
When we first got the body cams, yes.
The Axon body camera?
When we first got the body cams, you could look at any.
Do you recall when you got your Axon body worn camera?
No, ma'am, we'd have to go back when they issued it to Troop C. Each troop got it at different dates.
If I told you this training roster shows it was November 28, 2017, does that sound about right?
Body cam? Yes. Absolutely. It sounds right. But that's not the in-car camera.
Okay, so on the date, May 11th, 2019, you had the Axon body worn
See,
camera. Your body
yes,
worn
ma'am.
camera was the Axon.
Because I was on board, so we got the cameras first, because we had no cameras at all.
So here today, you're admitting that you re-recorded either body worn camera, in-car camera, whatever you want to call it, videos you recorded in the performance of your duty. You re-recorded them on your cell phone and then sent 4 of those videos to Ms.
It was
Mills.
3 videos. Yes, I made a mistake, and one was a picture. I don't think it was a video. Left,
The waiter.
waiter was a picture
Actually,
of
it
the
was
shirt.
a video and a picture that IA showed you during the interview.
I recall it as a picture. I could be wrong.
And what are the body cameras, what are the videos that the body cameras and in-car cameras record? What is the purpose of them?
Basically, it's, help you with collecting evidence, people making false claims, catching traffic violations, you can do numerous things.
So by re-recording that video, you now have evidence on your cell phone, your personal cell phone, is that correct?
I would have a video, yes. I don't have the entire video, I don't have any dates, times, names, anything like that.
But the video itself is.
Part of it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you allowed to take evidence from the department?
It depends what evidence it is and what you mean.
Video, do you think you're allowed to take the department's evidence and put it on your personal cell phone?
If it's considered evidence, no.
With regards to running Ms. Neal's license plate in the LLET system, you said the reason you did that was because her plate was expired. So what? If she wants to drive around with an expired license plate, so what?
You know, I mean, I tell people all the time, friends, family, hey, your license plate's expired. It's kind of a common courtesy. I would think if you had a law enforcement friend, they would say, hey, your license plate's expired. However, I was looking out for her because, like I said earlier, they would go out and this, that, and other, and just as much as the expired license plate can get you put you up at DWI.
But did you put her in there?
She wasn't very good driving at the time.
Okay. So, did you find that her, what you testified to is she told you the sticker was at her ex-husband's house, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if she had a sticker, would that have mean that the plate was expired?
If when you go onto the Louisiana DMV website and your plate say expired last month, as soon as you hit enter and pay, in that system, it's going to be updated.
Okay, so if she did that, she would have had the sticker sent to her,
But
correct?
she didn't. She didn't have the sticker.
Okay, and once again, did you take any law enforcement action against her for that?
I was not right for walking to her living room and writing a ticket for expired license. It was parked on private property.
Okay, so you didn't make a traffic stop when you ran the record. You saw her vehicle in a driveway and noticed it was
In her
expired?
driveway, yes.
Okay, so you told Ms. Niels, and I would imagine at that point she knew and didn't do anything. So what? Once again, why would you run it 5 more times?
To look out for somebody that I care for, to let them know their license plate's expired, so they don't get stopped and get a traffic citation.
She would have known that the first time, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
I didn't run the plate for any information. I basically lived at her house. I had access to everything she had, driver's license, you name it. I didn't run the plate to find out where she lived, a social security number, anything. She used to go to the doctor with my ex-wife, and she would send me her photograph of her driver's license, her Blue Cross insurance. I didn't run the plate for any personal gain. I had no reason to.
So I understand that you had access to that information, but when you ran her information in the LLET system, you obtained that information from department records, correct?
Yes.
So if you could query her license plate, we had a large stack and a small stack of the LLET's inquiry. If you could run one particular query that gave you the license plate, by running the license plate and you got the driver information, the vehicle information, why would you have to run a name inquiry which returned her criminal history information?
You wouldn't. I had no reason to run her name inquiry. And she even has a LA Wallet app on her phone. I mean, there's no reason for me to run a name inquiry.
So Ms. Scott testified that there were 2 different types of queries. One was done by a license plate and the other was done by running her name.
Okay, I don't remember running her name. Like I said, I still remember her license plate to this day. I had no reason to run her name. I live with her.
So the records that, Ms. Scott testified to and that are in evidence, one was a license plate inquiry and one was a name inquiry, and it was the name inquiries that returned additional information like the criminal history information.
On the criminal, now, I'm not saying I ran her name, but if you type in my name, Joey Swesh, if I hit enter with the date of birth, it's gonna pop up my name, address, date of birth, and no record. If I had a record, you have to hit another thing, like there's, so, she doesn't have a record. I mean, I've been knowing her for 15 years. I don't have to run her record.
So you understand the records Ms. Scott testified to show that you obtained criminal history information on this new.
I disagree with that because on ThinkStream, when I type in your license plate, anybody's license plate, everything pops up. Picture, previous addresses, boat trailers you owned, previous vehicles, anything. I got 3 boat trailers. When I type my name, 3 boat trailers will pop up saying I own it, and I have no idea what license plate it is.
So when you say you run it through ThinkStream,
That is the whole,
Ms. Scott testified about CoLogic versus MobileCop. And so you did it 2 different ways. Once you use MobileCop and other times you use the CoLogic system. So if you could run a query for just a license plate and get the vehicle registration information, why did you do a name inquiry?
I didn't know. What did it say to a name inquiry on CoLogic or the MobileCop? Do you know?
CoLogic and MobileCop.
They pop up the license plate. When I type in license plate, all your information pops up. I have no reason to run her name. I know all her information.
But yet that's how that big stack of records she had, she testified that that's how the information was run by inputting this name. You understand that?
Yeah, I understand.
Mr. Swesh, you talked about your prior discipline of 24-hour suspension. Are you familiar with the policies that you were cited with violating?
I don't remember the policies. No, man, that was 2013.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ask you to review that document.
Okay.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll flip back to page 3, it has a list of policies you were found to have violated in the letter dated 2013 on page 3, it starts to list the policy 5. Do you see where it cites the Driver Privacy Protection Act?
Number 2, yes, ma'am.
Number 2. Do you see where number 3, it cites RS 15596, misuse of CCH?
Yes, ma'am.
And number 4 is policy 901.3, code of conduct conformance to laws?
Yes, ma'am.
And then down at the bottom, it cites 901, conduct unbecoming an officer. You see those policies?
Yes, ma'am.
At the end of that, under E, can you read that line for me?
Under E?
Yes, under E, that policy on page 4, there's a one sentence under that.
E, maybe reasonably,
The sentence under that, yes.
oh. Under E, any further violation of this or any nature may result in more severe discipline up to including termination.
And yet, in the discipline that was administered to you here, even though you were warned about that, you committed some of the same violations again, cited in the letter, correct?
I ran an expired license plate, yes, ma'am.
So they're the same policies that were violated.
Not all, just a license plate, yes, ma'am.
I'm talking about the policies that are stated in the letter.
Yes, ma'am.
You received that discipline and served that discipline and didn't appeal that discipline.
Yes, I did appeal it. I had a 40-hour suspension. I wrote a letter to Colonel Mike Emerson and reduced it to 24 hours.
Okay, but you didn't appeal the 24 hours. You didn't come before this commission on the hearing and appeal that. Okay.
No, ma'am, I was wrong and I was wrong.
And I heard you say that it was embarrassing, you embarrassed the department, yourself, which goes to the substance of the conduct unbecoming charge. It brings the department or any of its subdivisions in the disrepute, as well as reflects discredit upon the officer as a member of the department. Do you agree with that, correct?
Yes.
So if you were advised before that some of the similar conduct you engaged in was in violation of policy and you could suffer up to and including termination, why'd you do it again?
Lack of judgment, just made a mistake. That's why. No reason, I have no reason to dispute it. I have nothing. Besides, I made a mistake.
That's all the questions I have.
I have a couple of brief follow-ups.
And Mr. Conrad, do you intend to introduce those exhibits into evidence?
Your change?
Yes. I would like to introduce J1 into evidence, J2 into evidence, and J3 into evidence. I apologize.
Any objection? Okay, so introduce.
Thank you. You know what an evidence locker is?
Yes.
What is that?
At the troop, it's actually an evidence vault. It's probably a 12 by 12 room. Once they receive evidence, they put it in the vault, and only 2 people in the troop have the code to the vault.
That's for physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
What about electronic evidence?
No vault, just on the computer.
So when we talk about body cams being evidence, as you had heard, they get stored on the cloud, right?
Yes, sir.
And anyone has access to the cloud. That's in Troop C, for instance, correct?
Yes. Yes.
When you access on a body cam on the cloud, you don't have to log in anywhere that says, hey, I'm accessing my body cam footage, correct?
No, sir.
Contrary to the evidence locker, when you go take physical evidence out of something, somebody's got to write it in on a log, correct?
Right, but on the body cam footage, if you view it, it's going to show that you did view it.
Okay. Does it also show when somebody extracts it? No, correct?
I think it does show who burns the videos and whatnot, because some guys in the troop, they will delegate it to burn videos to the DA's office, and then they have a login.
Do you have to get approval for that?
I think it's just a letter from the DA's office requesting.
Okay. In connection with you conducting, let's say, an investigation into possible criminal charges, do you have to get permission to go grab your former body cam footage?
No, sir.
Okay. If you were, let's say, in a lawsuit for excessive force, and you were preparing for a deposition, and at relevance was your body cam footage, would you have to go get permission to go check out your body cam footage to prep for the deposition?
No, sir.
But you would have to get permission to go into the evidence locker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the information that you gathered from Lex with respect to Mrs. Neal's information, did you disseminate her address to anyone?
No, sir.
Did you disseminate her name to anyone?
No, sir.
Did you disseminate her date of birth to anyone?
No, sir.
Did you disseminate her social security number to anyone?
No, sir.
And you certainly didn't disseminate her criminal history to anyone, correct?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Just a couple follow-ups. To access your body cam videos in the cloud, do you have to sign in?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that is your permission or your
That's a
your
login.
authorization?
Login and password, yes, ma'am.
To get into it? Okay. Do you personally copy your videos to send to the DA's office?
It depends. We have a WAE at the troop, and if he's not there, you will get the request and you burn the video, yes, ma'am.
Do you notate anyway in that audit trail why you did that?
Yes, you put, that, you, download or burnt the video on the CD for the district attorney's office.
Okay, so is there, would the audit trail show, once you have the video on your cell phone, recorded onto your cell phone, what you do with it after that?
No, ma'am.
When you received Ms. Neal's information, her driver's license picture, her driver's license information, vehicle information, was that a dissemination of records?
I didn't show it to anyone.
But you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
You got it
I have
from the
access to the system.
department's databases, correct? And you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell any investigators that after Jonathan James ran the LPR system from Ms. Neal's license plate that you showed it to her?
No, ma'am.
You did not tell them?
I don't recall saying that.
What information did Trooper James return to you?
He sent me a photo of her license plate, just like that system is just like if you get a traffic ticket, red light cam or toll booth. It was just a photo.
So.
There was no vehicle information, VIN, address, anything like
And
that.
if the purpose was just to explain to her how the system worked, why would you have to have them actually run it?
I'm gonna object because it's outside the scope of free for-alls.
Well, I'm gonna let it.
Cause she didn't understand what I was talking about. She never got a poll ticket, a traffic light ticket, anything like that.
So you're saying to explain it to her, you did not tell investigators, you showed her what Trooper James
I
said?
don't remember saying that, no, ma'am. Cause I was, like I said, I was already home when he responded. It was hours later.
That's all the questions I have.
Commissioners?
Mr. Swift, there's been a lot of conversations today that at one stage anybody could view each other's videos in Troop. Your attorney just made mention that, I think his quote was that anybody could log in to the cloud and look at videos. I'm not worried about the dates that at one time everybody could do that allegedly, and after a certain date that you could only look at your videos and Trooper Mir could only look at his videos. I want to get lost in that. There's a whole lot of conversation about that, a lot of questions since this morning about that. So I'm going to ask you a very direct question. With all that being said, are you alleging in any way that these were not your videos that were on your phone, that were text to Ms. Neal?
No, sir.
Okay, so all the conversation about who could have maybe done X, Y, and Z, we're cutting through all that right now, me and you, and you're saying, no, sir, those are my videos, came from my phone.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Gerard asked you a question about the stickers on the license plate to show whether or not it had been, it was an expired plate versus had it been removed. You said the first time you saw it, you told her about it. You ran it, you told her about it. You ran it a second time, and it was still expired, and she said the sticker was at her ex-husband's house. Third time you ran it, and it was good. Two questions with that. On page 2, the last paragraph of your termination letter, they're stating 6 dates. You just told us about 3, what about the other 3 dates?
They said I ran it 6 times, and I don't remember running it 6 times, and I specifically said it in the IA interview, you said I ran it 6 times, and then I ran it 6 times, and I don't remember running it 6 times.
And
3 times that I recall, sure.
okay. And then the second time when you ran it, and she said the sticker was at her ex-husband's house. If she paid the fee, and the sticker got mailed to the ex-husband's house, which I'm assuming at one time she lived at, and that was probably the address on the registration, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the computer, whether or not the sticker's been physically placed on the license plate, it's going to show up as a valid tag.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Those were my own questions.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I got a few questions for you. There's a question about whether or not the 4th thing that you emailed to Ms. Neal was a video and a picture, or just a video. You remember a picture, you don't remember a video.
Correct.
Yeah. How many videos did you have on your cell phone? I'm not saying how many was sent to her. How many videos did you have on your cell phone?
4. The 4 that I sent, that was it.
That was the only 4 videos you had on your cell phone.
That's the only thing they questioned me about, and
That's not what I'm asking about.
that's the only thing I know about, yes.
So you only know that you had 4 videos on your cell phone?
Yes, sir.
The same 4 videos that were sent to Ms. Neal?
Yes, sir.
The IA investigation was on October the 14th of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not remember on October the 14th of 2019 that the only 4 videos that you had on your phone, you had emailed to her?
I did not. I was under tremendous stress of a criminal investigation that she said I did so much, it was ridiculous, that I was looking at serious felony charges. And once we started talking about it, I said, yes, I did send them.
I understand, but when you were first asked the question, you did not recall that you had sent only 4 videos on your phone by text to this person?
Not at first, but during the interview, yes.
Now, you said the video or the picture of the waiter driver, you didn't send it to make fun of anybody. You sent it to prove that y'all had waiter. What does boobs for days have to do with proving that you have a waiter driver?
It was a really close picture of just waiter. It wasn't, you couldn't see her hips. All you could see is waiter across her chest.
But there was also a text that went with it that said boobs for days.
Correct.
What did that have to do with proving that there's a waiter driver in Walmart?
I don't have an answer for you, sir. I don't have issues.
Okay, all right. That's all.
I got a couple. Mr. Swest, in your career of, you've arrested a number of criminals, I'm assuming, for various, not just traffic, but drugs and robberies and those types of things, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you've, just in your law enforcement experience, and me as a layperson, if somebody gets arrested twice, just say in 2013 and 2018, is it your experience that that's the only 2 times they committed a crime, or that's the only 2 times they got caught committing a crime?
Usually we do a lot, we know this just from working the road. You do, just like for instance burglary, you do a lot more before you get caught, yes.
Yeah.
That's just, I would think.
Okay.
Unless you have really terrible luck.
I think you're right. So, when we parallel that with your 2 charges of, in 2013, I'm assuming that that was based off of a complaint by somebody. Somebody had to bring it to the,
yes, sir,
to the administration's attention, and then Mrs. Neal with another complaint in 2018 brought it to somebody's attention.
Yes, sir.
So those are 2 complaints, similar. So you see where I'm going.
Yes, sir.
Are these the only 2 instances where you have done these types of activities to follow up on girlfriends or something that would be construed to be for personal use and not department use, but these were the only 2 times you got caught? Now, before you answer, I think that I want to remind you that Colonel Reeves is right. I was a fire chief for years. two big cities, and I would tell my personnel when facing discipline that the level of infraction did not necessarily necessitate termination, but lying about it, no matter how small the infraction was, did. Because if I couldn't trust the men and women under my command to be honest with me, even if they did something that was wrong, kind of like kids, you know, and that level of trust would be breached permanently if they didn't tell me the truth, and I could no longer continue to employ them. And so I say that to you now, is that I can look at this at face value to say, if you had done something to run these plates, send this video, that would not necessarily, but could rise to a terminable offense. But lying about it could. So I ask you the question again, are these the only two instances where you took personal discretion to run plates, background checks on individuals for personal reasons and not trooper business?
I would have to say yes, and then the first one, it wasn't even my girlfriend's vehicle. I just pulled it behind a vehicle, and I ran a plate, and she was standing in my...
But you're running it for a personal reason. I'm just saying you...
I was actually running to see who was at her residence, because she didn't know that was her living girlfriend's boyfriend at the time. We didn't know who the vehicle was for, and that was in my paperwork.
Okay. I'm following you a lot today.
But his answer just raised another question. Like,
Yeah.
are you saying that your then girlfriend actually was with you when you ran?
No, I pulled up to her house, and there was a vehicle in her driveway that she was not familiar with.
That's what. So she told you she wasn't familiar with it.
Correct. Her girlfriend had just started dating this guy, seeing this guy. And then when she was in my window, she said, I forget his name, that's such and such's boy.
Who filed the complaint to bring that to the Lspc's?
She did.
So your girlfriend?
At the time, yes. And she tried to retract it, and they would not let her. And we're still good friends to this day. They would not let her.
Now I'm more confused than ever. So
Okay.
she's your girlfriend, she's riding in the car with you, she wants you to...
No, she's not riding the car with me.
Okay.
I was working.
Okay.
I pulled up to the house, she was outside, the vehicle was outside. It was in the driveway. I ran a plate, it was a white 4Runner.
Gotcha.
And then when she walked up to my driver's side.
But at the time you had a relationship that was okay?
Yes, absolutely.
When did she file the complaint?
I don't remember how much longer. And then she tried to retract it and they would not let her.
Okay. You see where I'm going with the criminal issue?
Yes.
You know, you got caught twice, but you know, you have to wonder how many times the criminal did it before he got caught. So it gives me pause to wonder how many times. If nobody complained, nobody's going to look at it. Secondly, you know, I feel like Chairman Simeon with issues of not remembering sending the videos, you being your first statements. I understand the stress issue. You kind of answered that question a little bit, but you know, you were on duty at the time those videos were sent, and they were. This is an elaborate, you know, measure. This is not seeing something on Facebook and forwarding it to somebody, which takes about 5 seconds. This is, you know, your body camera gets the video. You have to log in. You have to pull the video up. To set this up, pause. You have to get your phone out, right? You have to hit start or video, and then you have to video it. And then it goes onto your phone into a file. Then you have to forward it in a text. This is an elaborate, you know, this is no 2-minute forwarding some message on Facebook that you liked and you wanted to share with somebody. This is a very, you know, time-consuming, elaborate thing to do, and you've done this 3 or 4 times, and to say, I don't remember doing that, and one of those times you were on duty, you know, that's very concerning to me. And so, as I read the testimony that was in the document for the termination letter, and then I hear the testimony today, it seems to me that, and based on your own testimony, that you tried to shift the blame to somebody else first, first you denied it, I don't remember doing it. Then you tried to shift the blame to Mrs. Neal. Well, she must have downloaded the videos and then sent them to herself. And then only when faced with overwhelming evidence of the videos themselves did you say, well, if you have them, you have them. I must have done it. That sounds like me dealing with my children. When they try to deny something, I said, look, I got you. So you can tell us that, you know, I'm being honest, I was honest with them, but you were only honest after you were faced with this overwhelming evidence that they had. And so those are things that are challenging to overcome. So I appreciate your comments to Commissioner Ricky in saying that, hey, I did it, and you know, that's it. We could have stipulated a lot of this, and we could have been here for an hour or two rather than the 8 hours that we've been here today, if that would have been worked on with both parties as to what he just said in the last 10 minutes. So, sir, I appreciate your honesty, and I'll take that into consideration. But there's still a lot of challenging issues that I've also mentioned here today that I also have to take into consideration. And so, you know, you seem to be a good officer that made some really bad decisions, and there's progressive discipline, and there's discipline that's associated with severe and pervasive. Pervasive means it's repetitive and you kind of build on that discipline. You were disciplined one time before. There may have been an opportunity if you would have been truthful and forthcoming in the original, that the colonel at that time might have said, look, you got 24 hours before, now I'm giving you 90 days, this is your last strike. But I think not being truthful and forthcoming landed you with the termination that it landed you with. And that's unfortunate. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Are we done?
I do know. Yeah, we rest.
You rest? I'm sorry?
We rest.
Okay.
We rest.
Ms. Ramadan, you rest?
Okay, it's been does anyone desire very, very brief closing statements? I don't think it's a very complicated case. I don't think we need them, but I'm not going to deny you an opportunity if you want to make them.
No.
All right, good. So
I'm still missing a bunch of exhibits before anybody goes anywhere. I need D1 and D2, and I need all of the plaintiffs, I mean, all of the appellants. Okay. Is this the redacted D1? Okay, just want to make sure the right one.
I think this is Joey's first.
Okay. Thank you.
with the close of the evidence, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive
So
session.
moved, Mr. Chair.
For the purpose of discussing the disciplinary matters of misconduct. So I'll take a motion now.
So moved.
Second.
Let's take a roll call vote on that issue.
Brian Crawford,
Yes.
Leonard Knapp,
Yes.
Harold Perry,
Yes.
Jared Murphy,
Yes.
Yes.
and you, Lieutenant.
Motion to leave executive session and go back into public session.
Second.
We'll move and second it. I'll take a roll call vote on that issue.
Brian Crawford,
Yes.
Leonard Knapp,
Yes.
Harold Perry,
Yes.
Jared Ricky,
Yes.
and you, Lieutenant.
Yes. Okay, we're now back in session, after an executive session, back in public session, after executive session on the matter of Joey Schwest, docket number 20-245-T. Do you have any motions? Yes, sir. Commissioner Knapp.
Regarding this matter, I would move to affirm the decision of the Department of Public Safety and Corrections as set forth in the letter of February 4th, 2020, for the reasons set forth in
Do you have a second?
Second?
And we have a motion and a second to affirm the ruling, the decision by the department. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Nothing left on the, the other director's report.
Opportunity to address the commission.
Sorry?
There's an opportunity.
Opportunity to address the commission on matters not on the agenda. Do we have any requests?
We do not.
We have a very short director's
We
report.
sure do. We should have a commissioner for the second congressional district before the next meeting.
Just 1 second, I'm sorry. Mr. Gerard, I need to talk to you about something.
Yes, that was just an update on the vacancy that we have on the commission. I've been informed by the director of boards and commissions that someone has been selected, but nothing formal has been sent this way, but we should have something for the next meeting. We have a new commissioner by the next meeting. There were 2 employee members of the state police service that have qualified to run for the employee member of the commission, which is set to expire December of this year. Mr. Rob Meir and Mr. Herman Newell III have qualified, and the election will be held on December 4th. And the annual training requirements, I will be getting in contact with each of you regarding your annual training requirements, and the expenditures are included in the binder for you.
Report. Being no more business, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?